line is given gifts worth 30,000 naira each to 50 lucky customers every week in the Zenith Better Life promo. To qualify, open a Zenith bank account and fund with at least 5,000 naira. Pick up a Zenith debit card, register, start.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, Doreen.
Yes, okay, I've seen you.
Good morning, everyone. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. 9 a.m. We plan to start this webinar at exactly 9. So I'd like to welcome all our guests to this platform, to the Zenith Bank 6th Export Seminar. This year's theme is Nigeria's economic prosperity, the role of intra-regional trade and non-oil export initiatives. We have a record indication of attendance, so I'm sure a lot of our other guests will be joining us in due course. But however, because our speakers and our panelists are extremely busy individuals, and we have scheduled time within which we intend to accomplish, today's program, we will therefore start on time. I will also try as much as possible to work strictly with time allotted to each segment of the program to enable us to achieve, completion time as planned. However, before I call on my group MD to make his welcome address, I believe it's important to just echo some housekeeping issues, even though as we go on, maybe some we need to reiterate it in due course. First and foremost is that some of our participants here, particularly the speakers and the panelists, have been enabled to unmute their mic and speak. So I'd like to appeal to all of us to try as much as possible, as long as you're not the one speaking, please try as much as possible and keep your microphone muted. This will enable us to have an obstruction-free program. So I'd like to thank you in advance for that. And number two, which is also very, very important, even though the attendance is just still counting, just approaching 450 thereabouts. It's important for me to say this, and I'm going to repeat it again much more in due course, is that one, that this webinar is free. Zenith is organizing this as part of our contribution to national discourse, and of course to also encourage, inter-business cooperation between our customers, regulators, and operators. But however, we've noticed, sorry to use the word, some not too patriotic individuals who take advantage of situations like this to solicit either for some kind of financial benefit. Zenith Bank, in a way, do not ask any individual to pay for this program. That's number one. And number two, today or any other time, there is no way Zenith Bank will ever ask you for your financial details, either your account number or any of your details for whatever reason. So beyond the webinar, also, there's no way Zenith Bank will ask any individual to submit his account number because we are not giving anybody any money. Any of our customers that will require this information will be able to reach into our proper channels, through our offices, and of course our official channels and our other social media handles and platforms. So I felt I should just mention that, so that some of the individuals who are attending this session will not take advantage of it and make some unscrupulous demand. And then thirdly, which is the last one, it's very important for me to say this also, that because of the nature of the program, we'll encourage all our participants to use either the Q&A room or the chat room to post their comments, and they can direct them to any of the individuals they want to chat with, or to the panel, or to Zenith Bank. Where your comments or questions are not responded to immediately, we've built a robust secretariat where all these comments will be noted, and I can assure you, most of you will be directed, all of you will be directed to the relevant parties. I will respond to you accordingly. Because once you have registered, we have some primary data about you that will be able to contact you and respond to your comments and questions. So I just felt that there should be some basic housekeeping issues that I mentioned that I need to re-echo just before we start. So you're all welcome. And let's sing the national anthem as our opening prayer for today's session. Thank you very much. The national anthem, please. thank you very much. And I think I have to start by commending my GMD with your extreme loyalty and patriotism. I noticed that the other one who stood up, some of us have forgotten that we need to stand up and respect our national flag and anthem. Thank you very much, sir, for that show of example. And your patriotism is not in doubt in any way. So I will, before I call on him, most of us know him really, but I think it's important for me just to give a brief background. Our Group MD CEO is a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Accountants. He's alumnus of the Oxford University in London and the Salford Business School. He's on the board of several companies. Prior to being the Group MD, he's also been on the board of some of our subsidiaries, Zenith Bank Ghana, Zenith General Insurance, Zenith Securities, Zenith Asset Management Company, Zenith Medicare, and African Finance Corporation. Currently, he's still on the board of SANEF, FMGQ, and is the chairman of Zenith Pensions. I can rule out as many as I want to. He's alumnus of several various business schools, including the Columbia Business School, Harvard, and Oxford. So I'd like to welcome Group MD CEO, Mr. Ebenezer Onyabu. Good morning, sir.
Thank you very much, Uma. Good morning, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure and honor to welcome you to the 6th Zenith Bank Export Seminar. This seminar is unique and extremely important for a number of reasons. First is the fact that we are in an era and a period where the world is steadily moving away from oil. The world is progressively looking for cheaper and more affordable and more convenient alternative sources of power. So for as long as the world is thinking that way, we don't need any soothsayer to tell us that the future of oil is in question. Our country, Nigeria, cannot continue to depend on oil. So it's important for us not just to imagine our country without oil, begin to live out the spirit and the details of Nigeria without oil, Nigeria falling back to its usual natural endowment. And we have historical evidence to attest to the fact that this country is richly endowed. And the endowment of this country is so uniquely done by the Almighty God, is such that what you can't get in Cross River, you get it in the north. What you can't get in the north, you get it in the west. So the endowment of this country is complementary. The third issue is that we've seen that the fortunes of our country, especially with respect to exchange rate, is being determined by the economic activities regarding the price of crude. So it's very, very imperative for us as a country to key it into the federal government agenda of economic diversification with particular reference to non-oil exports. The other reason why we find this, the theme for this program very unique is the fact that there is the commencement of the African Continental Free Trade Arrangement. The commencement of the African Continental Free Trade Arrangement is a perspective that will open up the whole of Africa for Africa to be able to trade with each other. We see the commencement of the AfCFTA as a unique opportunity for different regions of Africa to go back to the basis and think of how to lift up our SMEs and begin to diversify our economy in such a manner that we improve intra-regional trade. Permit me to share two slides that are quite insightful. Admin, please kindly permit sharing. Okay, the first slide I have is the slide that speaks to Nigerian exports and imports from 2017 to 2019. If you look at it in 2017, our oil exports accounted for 11 trillion, while non-oil export was a paltry 0.6 trillion. And in terms of percentage, oil export in 2017 account for a paltry 4.63% of total exports. And if you also compare it, if you compare it to the support, that's the percentage in terms of coverage with respect to what extent we can cover, to what extent the non-oil export is contributing to GDP is less than 1%. That's 2017. 2018, while oil exports was 15.16 trillion, non-oil export was 1.19 trillion. And as a percentage of total exports, it moved from 4.36% to 6.4%. And as a percentage of total export is 9%. Percentage of GDP is 1.71%. 2019, you see the figure, oil export was 14.69 and non-oil export 2.52. And in terms of percentage contribution, it moved from 6.43 to 13.12%. Non-oil export, as a percentage of GDP, it moved to 3.53%. Year 2020, oil export was 9.44 trillion, non-oil export 1.43, and as a percentage of total export, 11.45%, a drop from 13.12% for obvious reason, the impact of the COVID, and percentage of GDP, 2%. Now, if you look at these slides, imagine our country without oil. It will now give you the idea of the sense of urgency involved in us ramping up our activities in the non-oil export. If we imagine Nigeria without oil, our non-oil export cannot sustain our economy. It will be in grave danger. The other way to look at it also is the fact that if you look at the percentage of non-oil export to GDP, at 2%, based on 2020 figure, it gives the idea, it gives you the magnitude of the huge opportunity. It also shows the immense headroom that we have in the non-oil export to accommodate as many players as we can. It's one open field. It shows us that this is a huge opportunity waiting to be explored. Now, I move to the second slide. This second slide is about intra-regional exports or intra-regional trade in Africa. I mean, in the whole world. In terms of intra-regional trade here, we are looking at trade within Africa. Africans are trading within themselves at the rate of 15.5% when compared to total trade, which means why only about 15.5% of trade is happening within Africa, 84.5% of trade in Africa is going to region outside Africa. That means Africans are not trading with Africans. Africans are transferring prosperity from Africa to elsewhere. If we don't speak for Africa, if we don't change the narrative for Africa, who will change it? Look at North America. North America, with a population of 497, their intra-regional trade is 30%. Asia, the fast advancing economy with 4.7 billion human beings, their intra-trade is 60%. Look at Europe, with just 748 million people, the intra-trade in Europe is 68%. So if you look at these economies, if you look at these regions, compare it with Africa, you see the divergence in terms of the trade that they are doing within themselves. So it is important for us as Africans to begin to realize the fact that the money should not be going to the wrong places. The money needs to circulate within Africa. If the money keeps circulating in Africa, what we'll have will be shared prosperity. What we'll have will be massive, we'll experience massive empowerment in terms of economic initiative within Africa. So If you look at the slide also, especially with respect to the export business, you see that from 2017, when the Central Bank of Nigeria, under the leadership of our very amiable, hardworking, indefatigable CBN governor, when they started hammering on exports, you can notice that the figure improved tremendously. The figure improved tremendously from 2018, when it moved from 4.63% to 6.4%, and 2019 it jumped to 13.12%. So there is that move, there is that renaissance, there is that commitment from the Central Bank of Nigeria to support non-oil export. All of us need to key into this agenda. Even though some analysts will tell you, well, looking at export initiative is not within the primary mandate of CBN, but the current CBN governor has found accommodation for this very laudable idea within the developmental finance initiative of CBN. And it's important that we all rally behind him and in preaching this economic prosperity that awaits every Nigerian. Today we talk about unemployment. Today we talk about inflation. We cannot deal with these huge challenges unless we go back and begin to harness our natural endowment and resources. God has blessed this country. God has blessed us as a nation. We now need to realize and begin to benefit from these blessings that the Almighty God has given to us. So it is on the back of this that we feel that it's important for us to continue to support the advocacy for us to bring in a lot more people to benefit from this non-export initiative of the federal government. In so many ways, Zenith is supporting this drive. This is the 16th time of our yearly seminar. And Zenith has continued to lead the way in identifying the emerging opportunities and stimulating non-oil exports. Indeed, from the program we had last year, the theme of last year was From Zero to Hero. We were able to identify new exporters, SMEs, about 100 of them that we were incubating and building. And these 100 new exporters we identified, at the time they commenced business with us, no one of them had done any export. But today we are happy to announce that 100 of these new exporters we incubated last year, or we started incubating last year, have started doing exports and generating export proceeds, no matter how little it is. A journey of 1,000 steps, 1,000 miles begins with a step. Indeed, we've taken several steps to ensure that we realize this. Again, the central bank came up with the discounted cash reserve requirement lending facility. Zenith Bank has been able to access about 200 billion from this window. Out of what we realize, out of this 200, about 33 billion has been deployed to support export customers. And the bank is ready and willing to continue to avail these credit facilities to exporters who are ready to make use of this in order to grow and increase the volume of their export business. Bear in mind that it's a single digit and it's long term. Beyond our investment, we also consider it necessary to continue to to promote this seminar in order to facilitate the discussion and deal with challenges and opportunities for non-oil exports business. In fact, through this yearly international seminar that we organize, Zenith has been able to provide the platform for canvassing for initiating trade policies that have also defined and improved the way trade business is being conducted in the country. For instance, the recent CBN policy extending the period of repatriation of non-oil export proceeds from 90 days to 180 days is part of the recommendation of the 5th edition of this seminar series. This has led to improved export proceeds repatriation as it gives exporters flexibility and a good time frame to ship and collect export proceeds from buyers. It has also helped to curtail the default rate. Also, the recent CBN policy compelling shippers not to carry export consignment without NSP numbers was also one of the things we amplify in our trade seminar. And this has brought about improved transparency and commitment in exporters and making sure that all stakeholders buy in and support the initiative of the export drive of the central bank. Zenith Bank continues to collaborate with Nigerian Export Promotion Council in providing training and retraining non-oil exporters in Nigeria, including youth corpers. We need to continue to build a vanguard. We need to continue to see how we enlist more people to show interest. We need to see how we get to begin to build a sense of enterprise and industry, especially in our young graduates. Zenith Bank non-oil export financing scheme also include flexible financing scheme for SMEs in the areas of post-shipment, point of shipment, pre-shipment, and value chain financing. We are at the heart of supporting export business. We'll take it from the beginning. We are involved in the entire value chain. We are involved in the CBN Anchor Bura scheme. We are involved in the aggregator scheme. So wherever we find credible export customers, Zenith Bank is committed in building relationship with them. And part of the impact of this seminar is also that Zenith Bank pioneered the work with CBN to develop the automated NSP processing, which has led to improved transparency and efficiency in recording and reporting of export transactions. Then the other aspect of it is also the fact that Zenith Bank has already extended a hand of fellowship to the African Continental Free Trade Zone in supporting the initiative in building a bigger and more diversified, inclusive African markets. Indeed, Zenith Bank is also working collaboratively with Afrexim Bank that is championing the need for us to have a trade portal and a payment system that is uniquely Africa that will help us realize the huge potential of the intra-African trade. So indeed today, I feel very happy and indeed delighted to notice in our midst that we have the person of the the governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Mr. Godwin Emefiele, whose commitment and passion to support the export initiative of this country is not in doubt. We also have in our midst His Excellency Wamkele Mene, the Secretary General of African Continental Free Trade Zone. His Excellency, though a South African, but he's truly an African, I'll call him a true African citizen. If you have the opportunity of sharing time with His Excellency, of him educating and enlightening you on his aspiration and idea, the perspective for African business, you will come to understand that this is a young man who is cerebrally committed to African prosperity and continued growth and diversification of the economy. As we speak, he's joined us today from Congo Democratic Republic, where he's also there on engagement in bringing inclusiveness into the agenda of African Continental Free Trade Zone arrangement. We also have in our midst my very good brother and friend, Professor Benedict Orama, the president of Afrexim Bank. You see, Professor Orama is someone who is creatively agile in such a manner that Orama is so audacious in terms of the initiative he's driving from Afrexim. Indeed, let me say it here and acknowledge the outstanding work Professor Orama is doing to support African enterprises. When the pandemic broke a year ago, when rating agencies were downgrading African economies, when international correspondent banks were busy cutting back trade lines for Africa, indeed, Professor Orama, through the Afrexim, came up with the Pandemic Trade Impact Facility to support African banks to continue to provide trade finance arrangement and support for African businesses. Indeed, Zenith Bank was the first recipient of that facility in Nigeria. Apart from that, Professor Orama has also led the Afrexim team to come up with the African Payment Gateway. With the African Payment Gateway is building a robust intra-African trade settlement arrangement that will promote not just trade settlement, promote improved due diligence, and create access to African businesses. So indeed, I'm very happy and delighted that we have this caliber of people who will be giving keynote address. Of course, we have our own dear brother, Segun Awolowo. Ever since we started this trade seminar 6 years ago, Segun has never missed any of our program. And whenever we have it, we don't even go through any protocol in getting Segun to consent to participation. So I'm very happy and delighted that we have outstanding personalities who have continued to pioneer the idea of the renaissance of an African economic emancipation that will be contributing to this trade seminar. Of course, we have also assembled distinguished and seasoned professionals who have very long and rich track record of supporting export drive in the country. And in that, we have the following people in our panelists. We have the Managing Director of Nigerian Export Bank, Abba Bello. We also have Aliu Abubakar, the Director of Trade Department, Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment. We have Dera Nanadi, Deputy Controller, Administration at Ogunwon Command of the Nigerian Customs Service. And we also have Hassan Mahmuda, Managing Director of Mahmuda Industry. And we have Felix Onwuchekwa Nwabuko, Country Managing Director of Presco. The panel discussion will be moderated by veteran business anchor from CNBC, Esther Awoniyi. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to welcome you and encourage us to listen attentively. Like Uma mentioned, you have question and answer session. Go to the Q&A session to put up your questions. Then there will be opportunity for us to ask questions. There can never be a better time for us to preach the fact that the paradigm has shifted for Africa. The train has left the station for our economic prosperity. It is left for every one of us to join the train. And Zenith remains at that vanguard. We are wholly committed. For us, it's not about money making. It's more of patriotism in saying that, yes, let's see how we can bring in as much people that can benefit from this huge opportunity that is just there for all to explore. Ours is to incubate the champions who will be the leading businesses of tomorrow in Nigeria, and by extension, creating employment opportunities, helping us to deal with those very challenging situations besieging our economy, dealing with the issue of inflation, creating employment, providing foreign exchange that will help us diversify our foreign exchange earnings. So I welcome you all once again and hope that you will all find this session very rich and very rewarding. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ebenezer, Managing Director, Zenith Bank. And I think if this was a live session, you will have received a thunderous applause. But beyond that, we thank you very much for this very insightful and welcome address, and of course, a very brilliant presentation. And for those who listen attentively, I think if you notice, the position was very, very clear. His position was very clear as to the objective of this webinar. And of course, one of the key things I just need to echo is that each time we have sessions like this, if you look at the structure of our arrangement, from the keynote speakers to the panelists, we try to mix a set of group of people, either operators, regulators, or players within the space we were interested in discussing at any point in time. And like he said, the last session elicited some reaction from government or from the relevant quarters that improved, the export process through the extension of the repatriation period for non-oil export proceed repatriation, and of course the formalization of NXPs also for all non-oil exports from Nigeria. Beyond that, he also echoed the role of Zenith Bank in the overall development of export business for Nigeria and for Nigerians. Really want to thank you very much for that very insightful presentation. And we're beginning to see improved networking within our chat room, which is one of the objectives of this session. Individuals who have registered, even though we cannot physically meet, but I can see the communication going on there so that people can get to know one another better. And of course, like you said, we're a bank of choice. We're the leading export support bank in Nigeria, and we have very interesting presence within the Anglophone West Africa, and that automatically positions you to do even greater business within the African sub-region. Thank you very much, sir. And like he said, also he has introduced very well our next keynote presenter, and that's His Excellency Wamkele Mene. And even though the GMD has introduced him, I would like to give a brief of his background just before he comes and addresses us. We'd like to thank you very much, sir. Despite your tight schedule, like the MD said, he's actually engaging us from Congo, and that shows you the level of commitment and the interest he has in this initiative. His Excellency Wamkele Mene was elected at the 33rd Ordinary Session of the Assembly of Head of States and Government of the African Union to the position of Secretary General of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Prior to that, he served as Chief Director at Africa Economic Relations at the Department of Trade and Industry in South Africa. He is a graduate of law from the University of Rhodes in South Africa. He also holds an MA in International Studies and Diplomacy from School of Oriental and African Studies. He also has a Master's of Law degree in Banking Law and Financial Regulation from the London School of Economics and Political Science. Prior to this position as secretary, he was also the Director, International Trade Law and Investment at the Department of Trade and Industry. So he's eminently qualified to speak to us on this topic, and we'd like to thank you very much, His Excellency, for having time to talk to us today. You are most welcome, His Excellency Wamkele Mene. Good morning,
Thank
sir.
you very much. Thank you, Program Director, and good morning to everybody. Your Excellency, the Governor, His Excellency, the President of Afrexim Bank, the MD, my senior brother, the MD of Mr. Onyagu, the MD of Zenith Bank. It really is a pleasure for me to join you today. As I was listening to the very compelling presentation, I could not help but think that although you are engaged this morning in self-critiquing as Nigeria, all the points that have been made by the MD thus far are equally applicable throughout the African continent. The need for Africa to industrialize, to reduce reliance on the export of primary commodities, and as my senior brother, Professor Orama, I'm sure will say, to dismantle the colonial economic model that we have inherited and sustained. It requires the bold and compelling vision that we have heard this morning. And after listening to him, I am energized and even more determined that we must tackle under development. We must tackle Africa's industrial capacity deficit. It has gone on for too long. And if we have learned anything from COVID-19, it is that this over-reliance on commodities, the export of primary commodities, is a scourge on Africa's growth prospect. Indeed, Africa needs to accelerate productive transformation to create jobs for the 29 million young Africans who will reach working age each year between now and 2035. Quality jobs remain an exception for Africa's youth and women. About 42% of Africa's working youth lives on less than $2 a day at purchasing power parity, and only 12% of Africa's working age women were in waged employment in the year 2016. While African people are the most entrepreneurial globally, many entrepreneurs lack basic capabilities. Today's event therefore provides an excellent opportunity to reflect on intra-Africa trade and non-primary commodities, non-oil exports, and to find ways of genuinely improving the quality and quantity of non-oil export goods in Nigeria and the rest of the African continent. This has been made more urgent by the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic, which has impacted the demand for oil and by extension, the price of crude oil in international commodities markets further exposing Africa's overdependence on crude oil earnings and its susceptibility to oil-related shocks. African exports have generally lagged behind in terms of diversity, and there is also no evidence of quality convergence. Meanwhile, over the past 3 or so decades, exports from East Asia have increased both in diversity and quality. Within Asia, several countries, South Korea, China, Vietnam, and Thailand, have converged towards the world's quality frontier, largely as a result of integration in regional and global value chains. The quality growth has been, especially in substantial manufacturing, although the quality of commodities has also increased due to the development of vertically integrated industries in those countries. In Africa, there are significant regional disparities in terms of sophistication and exports. Some countries in Northern Africa and Southern Africa, such as South Africa in Southern Africa, Morocco in Northern Africa, on average, have the most sophisticated exports, whilst countries in East Africa, Rwanda and Uganda, have made the greatest improvements over the past 3 decades. However, quality improvement on the export basket has been slow in the rest of the continent. Analysis of sectoral quality shows that the relatively advanced and more open countries have well-established manufacturing export capacities. These countries include Morocco, South Africa, and Egypt, and may need to target new geographic markets that can provide greater scope for growth and innovation to improve their competitive advantage. Other countries, such as Botswana and Mali, have successfully moved up the value chain within their natural resource sectors. These differences in export performance and sophistication of products demonstrate that across the continent, there is potential for increased diversification, the creation of regional vertically integrated industries, and the development of globally competitive regional value chains. The good news is that the AfCFTA has potential to improve the export sophistication of products produced across the African continent by enabling more countries to integrate in regional and global value chains and consequently enhance the quality of their exports. Now, if I may turn to Nigeria's export potential. As Africa's leading economy and 26th largest worldwide by GDP, according to the World Bank in 2019, Nigeria, with a population of over 200 million people, offers a unique market and a unique opportunity. In addition, a large segment of the labor force is young and entrepreneurial. 5.3 million people entered the labor force in the year 2018 alone. However, the economy's high dependence on oil exposes, as we have heard from the slides this morning, exposes Nigeria's growth performance to the boom and bust cycle of oil prices, which creates economic uncertainty and dissuades investment. The prognosis for development outcomes for Nigeria will require an urgent action for faster economic diversification and job creation. Prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, the number of people living in extreme poverty was projected to reach 120 million, or 45% of the population by the year 2035. The pandemic and impending recession could further increase the poverty rate and reduce Nigeria's economic and development outcomes. In the 1960s, when Nigeria was a major exporter and producer of palm oil, cocoa, rubber, and agricultural exports, generated about 75% of its foreign exchange earnings. And taking a cue from this history, agriculture is again expected to play an important role in Nigeria's economic diversification going forward. By focusing on providing better infrastructure for agriculture, energy, and transport, Nigeria will chart a way out of the boom and bust economic cycle that oil dependency has caused over the last few decades. Clearly, this type of transformation in the economy will not happen overnight. It won't happen overnight in Nigeria, and it won't happen overnight in the rest of the African continent. The truth is that many countries in Africa have struggled with exactly this issue of diversification away from primary commodities and reliance on primary commodities. But if we look outside the African continent, there are examples of countries who have successfully diversified their economies away from primary commodities. Chile is a striking example. In the 1970s, Chile was essentially a copper-only exporter. Despite the continuing significance of copper, accounting for more than half of exports for the past decade, Chile has managed to diversify into other sectors and acquire new competitive advantages away from the export of copper. Chile's largest exported products after copper are salmon, fresh fruit, forestry products, wines, and other manufactured goods. The combined effect of Chile's diversification away from the reliance on the export of copper is that their export basket now of manufactured goods now constitutes the bulk of Chile's non-copper related exports. And they have acquired tremendous experience over the years in manufacturing and have built their productive capacity, again, away from over-reliance on primary commodities. Asia is yet another example where intra-Asia trade is dominated by manufactured goods, which are leveraging on intra-regional trade and the establishment of value chains across the region. In Nigeria, the Zero Oil Initiative, adopted in the Economic Recovery and Growth Plan 2017 to 2020 of the federal government, targeted at boosting exports, diversifying the economy from oil reliance, and increasing foreign reserves positions of Nigeria, has yet to make a significant impact. However, I'm pleased to note that good progress continues to be made. In 2019, there was a strong performance of the non-oil export sector, referred to as the so-called big jump, with the non-oil exports jumping from over 100% from $4.6 billion to $10.4 billion. But as we've heard this morning from the MD, this progress has now been retarded by the onset of COVID-19. It is gratifying to note that the services sector is receiving a renewed attention for it to contribute considerably to Nigeria's national foreign exchange earnings. But of course, as is the case everywhere else in Africa, there's a long way to go in order to achieve full and complete inclusion of the services sector into the economy. The role of trade integration, particularly the African Continental Free Trade Area, is critical in Nigeria's export diversification and economic diversification strategy. The AfCFTA can complement Nigeria's national development agenda and presents an opportunity for the Nigerian economy to move away from oil dependency and put in place meaningful diversification, which will impact growth and job creation to absorb its projected 54 million new entrants in the labor force over the next decade. As you well know, trading started under the AfCFTA on the 1st of January 2021. The world's largest bloc, by number of participants, aims to gradually reduce 97% of tariffs over the next 14 years. In other words, by the year 15, intra-Africa trade, we will be trading amongst one another as African countries on 97% of products at zero rated duties. More than 81% of products are currently traded under preferential terms as of the 1st of January 2020, with negotiations on the remaining 19% aimed to be concluded by June 2021. 36 out of 54 countries in Africa have ratified the AfCFTA, including the three largest economies, Nigeria, South Africa, and Egypt. And a very positive development, the Democratic Republic of the Congo Parliament approved the ratification of the AfCFTA. And when I meet later this morning with President Tshisekedi, this is precisely the issue that we will be discussing, how DRC can contribute to Africa's economic diversification. The AfCFTA has rightly been described as one of the most significant developments that has taken place on the African continent since the dismantling of colonialism. It has the capacity to redress the imbalance in global trade arrangements that have exploited African countries and African resources for far too long. The AfCFTA is intended to reverse this trend of exploitation, of Africa's minerals, and build industrial development capacities that will enable African countries to engage in trade specializations amongst themselves and be equal partners in international trading arrangements by boosting Africa's industrial base. The AfCFTA has the potential to change the narrative of low intra-Africa trade by removing the tariff barriers, non-tariff barriers that for so long have kept intra-Africa trade at a low 16% over the last few years. The second phase of the negotiations will introduce provisions to further increase intra-Africa investment, protect Africa's intellectual property rights, and eliminate unfair competition within Africa. We believe that this will create the conditions to diversify exports away from the current unstable commodities markets. The AfCFTA will, for instance, offer Nigerian products and services preferential access to the huge African market, which currently sources over 84% of its products imports from outside the continent. Preferential market access to Africa is particularly important to Nigeria, as lack of access to foreign markets has been identified as a key constraint to export of Nigeria's non-oil products to Africa and the rest of the world. Africa offers Nigeria a market of 1.2 billion people, with a combined GDP of 3.4 trillion United States dollars, which is projected by the year 2035 to reach close to 8 trillion United States dollars as a combined GDP. It will thus provide huge opportunities for Nigeria's manufactured products, enabling Nigeria's priority export products defined in ERGP and the Industrial Revolution Plan as the backbone of diversification of the Nigerian economy going forward. Nigeria's services companies will now experience better expansion opportunities in the continent, especially those in financial services, electronic commerce, the digital economy, where we know that in the recent past, Nigerian companies have built critical capacity and have long desired to expand to Africa, but of course have been constrained by trade barriers, which the AFCFTA will now remove. The key role of the AFCFTA Secretariat is to facilitate the implementation of the rules that reduce and eliminate intra-Africa trade to ensure that trade flows increase over the next 15 years. We are working hard as the Secretariat to implement mechanisms that will prevent job losses. We're working very hard to make sure that we prevent dumping of products. We have rules that will prevent dumping of products, that will prevent the export of products that are subsidized. And we will make sure that we work with our customs authorities across the African continent to build their capacity to make sure that we enforce fair trade rules under the AFCFTA and that no country suffers as a result of transshipment of goods from third parties. The banking sector will also play a key role in increasing the productive capacity of Nigeria's economy by providing the much needed finance to support small medium enterprises, to enable small medium enterprises in Nigeria to access markets in other parts of the African continent. Small medium enterprises are very important for driving economic growth and development everywhere in the world. And this is, of course, not different in the case of Africa. I'm very pleased that in my many discussions with Zenith Bank, it is clear that Zenith Bank is already at the forefront in Nigeria and across the markets where Zenith Bank is present, is at the forefront of providing robust financial products and incentives for exporters to be able to reach new markets across the African continent. And as we've heard from the MD, we are working together to make sure that with the leadership of Afreximbank, that the African Continental Free Trade Area not only is reaching its objectives in terms of rules for reducing barriers to trade, but that the requisite finance component, trade finance component, gives commercial meaning to the new market access that the AFCFTA provided. The changes that we want to see will not happen overnight. They will take decades of dedicated and disciplined implementation of Africa's industrial development and Africa's industrial development priorities, including Nigeria's industrial development priorities. Let me leave you with a thought. In 2014, Africa exported over $6 billion worth of coffee. When that coffee becomes processed abroad in other markets across the world, the market itself is over $100 billion. If you take a look at the iPhone, the minerals that we need to manufacture the iPhone, we produce all of those minerals, if not most of them, at about $1 per phone, per iPhone. Ultimately, when the iPhone goes on retail, it retails for 700 United States dollars a minimum. This is data according to KPMG in 2014. This underscores the urgency with which Africa has got to industrialize. It underscores the urgency with which we have to move away from the export of primary commodities to place Africa on a path to industrial development over the next 4 to 5 decades. We're not going to get there overnight, as I keep emphasizing, but we also know from the experience of Singapore that in the 1960s, Singapore was a fishing village. And today, Singapore's contribution to global trade is over 6%. Africa's combined, all 55 of us, combined contribution to global trade is less than 3%. So this shows you what happens when we have disciplined implementation of an industrial action plan decade after decade, focusing on establishment of value chains across the African continent. And so, MD, the discussion that you have introduced, yes, I know that it is today we're discussing Nigeria, but actually all the points that you have made are equally applicable to many, many countries on the African continent. And I look forward to working with you, the African private sector, African industrialists, to make sure that the AfCFTA doesn't become just another diplomatic exercise where we come and take photographs, but actually that beyond the photographs, that we open markets that are commercially meaningful for small, medium enterprises on the African continent, that are commercially meaningful for the services sector, and that in 30 to 40 years' time, we become as globally competitive as any other region in the world. So I thank you very much for this opportunity. As I said earlier, I am, after listening to you, I am even more encouraged and more energized than I was before the session started this morning. I thank you very much, and I look forward to the contributions of the other distinguished panelists, the governor and the president of Afreximbank. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, His Excellency. I'm Kelemene. Like I said also about my GMD, if we are supposed to give a round of applause, if it was a fiscal meeting, you will have felt our reaction to a very brilliant presentation. And like we're also very well represented by the GMD in his introduction of your cerebral capacity and desire and Pan-African nature. We have exhibited it in this your very brief presentation. Like I said, we're out of time. We're going to work strictly with time. He has made the best of the few minutes he has to address some of the fundamental issues that we need to know. And I think now I'm even more convinced that the African head of state could have made a better choice. So you're most welcome. Thank you very much, His Excellency. Despite your tight schedule in faraway Congo, you were able to grace our event and, of course, give us great insights. I'm not going to recap any of the things he said. This video is going to be available for subsequent review. But however, for me as a Nigerian, I'm particular about some of the issues he raised, which I was listening attentively, in as much as we want to be Pan-African. But the purpose of this discussion, we are talking about Nigeria and the opportunities of export. I was really excited, as was mentioning the areas of opportunity of export. And I think Nigeria, there are two key areas he mentioned that are very significant for us. He talked about the services sector, including banking and financial technology service areas, that the country has huge and competitive advantage, that the African free trade opportunity give us great advantage in accessing other African markets, and the commitment from AfCFTA of opening up and encouraging inter-African cooperation. So that's a great area of opportunity for us in Nigeria. But beyond that, also, if you listen to his presentation, there was no much complaints about the bottlenecks, and then the inconveniences and the challenges that face exporters within Africa. All he talked about were the opportunities. Another major take home for me is that it's very significant for African countries, Nigeria in particular, that whatever we need to export, there should be some value addition, like the typical statistics he gave, keeping these statistics of the disadvantage of Africa, where we export raw agro-produce or even some minerals, and then for simple value addition, we pay a multiple. So we'd like to thank you very much for this very great paper, and I'm sure we look forward to meeting you more. And like you said, my GMD and yourself and other private sector operators in Africa will work together and try to expand this discussion and give more opportunity to our fellow Africans to do inter-country trade. Thank you very much. And then next, I will hand over to my group MD for him to introduce our next guests, very important guests, and which is an honor and privilege for us to have him, despite his extremely tight schedule, to be here today. And I think there's no better honor than to let my GMD do the introduction. Thank you, sir, the GMD.
Okay, thank you very much, Omar, and Your Excellency, thank you very much. I think Your Excellency enjoys some special and unique endowment from God that gives him immunity, because I'm aware that since COVID broke, His Excellency never relented in his engagement with different African heads of state I'm also aware that he has done well over 100 COVID tests. And in all this, he continued to test negative. And that shows the kind of person he is, who is wholly committed to the economic agenda of emancipation for Africa. Is a vanguard that has begun, and there is no looking back. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my singular pleasure and honor to introduce to the audience the CBN Governor, Mr. Godwin Emefiele, CON. I stand on his shoulders with so many steps. I say this because before he became CBN Governor, he spent well over 26 years in commercial banking and joined Zenith Bank at inception. And before he became CBN Governor, he was the CEO of Zenith Bank. So the legacy we defend today, the legacy and pedigree of Zenith we have today, he is one of those that has passed it on to us. Apart from the fact that he is also my regulator, you can see in so many ways where I'm standing on his shoulders. Mr. Emefiele, since he became CBN Governor, has vigorously pursued his vision of financial stability and developmental financing in view of his strong belief that central banks in developing countries cannot afford to sit idly and concentrate only on price and monetary stability, given the enormity of developmental challenges. And he has continued to pursue this vigorously and passionately so. If you look at the different initiatives that have come up under his leadership, that also attests to what we saw in the improvement in the export business that improved from 6.43% in 2018 to 13.4% in 2020. That is because of his unrelenting effort and desire to see that the export business is promulgated, is supported up to the last mile. In terms of his academic background, Mr. Emefiele holds a degree in banking and finance from University of Nigeria, Nsukka. He's also an alumnus of Stanford University, Harvard, and Wharton Graduate School of Business, where he undertook several management courses that cover negotiation, strategy, critical thinking, leading change, as well as group dynamics. As a testament to his sterling performance in his first tenure, Mr. Emefiele was reappointed for another 5-year tenure, making him the first governor of Central Bank of Nigeria to be reappointed since the beginning of Nigeria Democratic Dispensation in 1999. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the CBN governor, the key driver and the key anchor and #1 supporter of Nigeria export renaissance and Nigerian export awakening and industrialization. It is my pleasure, sir, to bring you before the audience. Thank you.
Yeah, this should be fine. Can we connect?
Please kindly bear with us. The governor will soon log on. Okay, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, there's a bit of technical hitches at the CBN governor's end, and that is being sorted out. But while that is going on, in order for us to save time, we now have to take on the next keynote speaker, which is the person of Professor Benedict Orama, the president and chairman of the board of directors of Africa Export Bank. Professor Benedict Orama is the president and chairman of Africa Export-Import Bank. And as the president of AfrExim, Professor Orama has grown the bank significantly and improved its global appeal and relevance to African continent. Prof is leading the creation and deployment of very innovative digital platform and assets that will boost intra-regional trade and investment by revolutionizing cross-border payments and processing system to quality trade information. In fact, under his leadership, they've come up with the African Payment Gateway. Incidentally, I serve on the board of that gateway, and yesterday we had our inaugural board meeting. Prof is wholly committed, not only committed, but he lives the talk. He walks the talk about the truly emancipation of an African economic dispensation. He leaves you in no doubt about the fact that he is consistently focused on empowering Africa, and he's audacious in his move. And apart from being that, he is also very, very strategically creative in terms of the bold steps and initiative that he pioneers. And he's also chair of the board of trustees of African Union COVID-19 Response Fund. And President Orama is helping to coordinate grant mobilization and efficient utilization across Africa, as well as coordinating the procurement and distribution of medical supplies among African countries. Prof was voted African Banker of the Year by African Banker magazine. So it's my pleasure and honor to bring before the audience my very good friend and brother, Professor Benedict Orama. Prof, very nice to have you here. And thank you for the time.
Yeah, thank you very much, my brother Ebenezer, and thanks to the Master of Ceremony also. His Excellency, Mr. Wankele Mene, my dear brother and friend, Secretary General of the AFCFTA Secretariat, my dear brother and friend, Governor Mefiele, I'm sure he will join us soon. Ebenezer, dear brother, dear friend, who has been a strong pillar of the work we do in Nigeria. I thank you for your support. Our dear brother Olusegun Awolowo, who is helping to drive the non-oil export agenda of the government of Nigeria. Thank you for all the collaboration we have with you. Members of the board and management of Zenith Bank, esteemed panelists, special guests, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I would like to begin by congratulating my brother and friend Ebenezer, and the entire leadership of Zenith Bank for organizing this important conference. I'm highly honored by the opportunity to address this enterprising gathering of industry leaders, policymakers, regulators, bankers, and government officials on a topic that has become the cornerstone of Afreximbank's operations. And as I look at the attendance, I see that more than 1,000 people here. So congratulations for putting this event together, because it helps us to continue to dialogue on an important matter for our country and our continent. As one of the leading trade-focused financial institutions in Nigeria and indeed Africa, Zenith Bank has been a strong and dependable partner of Afreximbank for decades. Through the extension of credit lines and co-financing arrangements, our two institutions have over the years supported trade and private sector development in Nigeria and other parts of Africa where Zenith Bank has a presence. And as you said, you have also been a strong supporter in some of the initiatives we're implementing, working with the FCFTA Secretariat to help us as a people use the last chance that the FCFTA offers us to make the change we need to make to join the Committee of Nations. When Afreximbank began mobilizing African commercial banks to act as intra-African trade finance partners, Zenith Bank was one of the first institutions approved as a trade finance intermediary and a participant in Afreximbank Africa Trade Facilitation Program. We are also discussing partnerships in the deployment of digital technology assets aimed at facilitating intra-African trade and access to trade finance. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I've had the privilege to speak about the AFCFTA countless times worldwide, and sometimes I risk repeating myself. However, it is a risk I gladly welcome, as I will never tire to carry that important flag we need to bring down the 110 borders that divide us on the continent. It is through such constructive interactions that Africa can bridge the knowledge gap, push through policies, and create innovative financing products to support continental integration. That is the only chance we have to turn the affairs of the continent around. We cannot hope to develop on a platform of 55 atomistic countries. On January 1, 2021, as the Secretary General mentioned earlier, Africa made history by commencing trading under the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. While the event was historic, it also marked the beginning of the journey towards the gradual dismantling of tariff lines across more than 90% of tariff, across more than 90% of tariff lines over a 5 to 10 year period. With the coming into force of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, Africa has finally taken decisive steps to rid itself of the vestiges of colonialism, a prerequisite to achieving meaningful economic progress. And I must repeat this: unless we reverse engineer the colonial strategy that put us where we are since the past 60 years, we will remain the way we are today in the next 60 years. The AFCFTA is a turning point, and we must all embrace it. Nigeria should be proud to have been one of the main drivers of the progress we are witnessing with regard to the regional integration through a continental free trade agreement. From the Lagos Plan of Action some 41 years ago to the Abuja Treaty in 1991, it was in Nigeria that the child called the AFCFTA was conceived. Although it was eventually delivered in Kigali, Rwanda in March 2018, that child's future looked uncertain until Nigeria blew life into it when President Buhari signed the treaty on behalf of Nigeria in Niger in July 2019. Nigeria's deep engagements with the rest of Africa through politics, economics, and trade is not new. Since independence in 1960, successive Nigerian governments took deliberate steps to promote trade and economic integration with Africa. The Murtala Muhammad Obasanjo regime took it to a high level when Africa's political liberation and economic integration became enshrined in the Nigerian Constitution in 1979. The promotion of African unity, political, economic, social, and cultural liberation of Africa, international cooperation, and the elimination of racial discrimination, this is in quote, became a constitutional duty for all of us. So what we are doing today, Ebenezer and their colleagues, is not just banking. We are doing a constitutional duty to perform the role expected of an institution like Zenith Bank. Since then, Nigeria has led continental efforts, sometimes single-handedly, to fight for an end to colonial domination and cessation of domestic conflicts in other parts of Africa. From Zimbabwe and South Africa in the south, to Eritrea and Burundi in the east, the Democratic Republic of Congo in the center, Cote d'Ivoire, Liberia, and Sierra Leone in the west, Nigeria assumed the leadership role in the resolution of national and regional conflicts. Nigeria has shed sweat and blood for the unity and integration of the continent. We cannot fight, win the war, and lose the peace. Being a dominant force in the 1980s and 1990s, and uniquely geographically located, Nigeria was poised to translate the political capital into economic gains by exploiting Africa's vast market. Indeed, in 1980, Nigeria's export to the rest of Africa at about $540 million was greater than the exports of China and India to Africa, estimated at $490 million and $260 million respectively at that time. Also at that time and until the mid-1990s, the Nigerian economy was similar to China's and was quite diversified. For instance, as a share of GDP, services value added was higher than that of China, while agriculture and manufactured value added were almost at par with China's in the 1980s. In fact, the per capita income at nearly $2,200 was significantly higher than that of China, which was at $200 at that time. However, for a myriad of factors, Nigeria retreated and could not consolidate its trade, economic, and political ties with the rest of the continent. Notably, the oil-induced Dutch disease hit Nigeria extremely hard, as most promising sectors, including agriculture and light manufacturing, began a precipitous decline. Nigeria could not diversify its economy beyond oil. By the mid-1990s to the early 2000s, China became a dominant force on the continent, using the African market to perfect its manufactured goods export capacity that enabled it to compete in global markets. Nigeria's exports to Africa stagnated for decades, while China, which is several miles away from the continent, took advantage of the market opportunities. Today, as we all know, China is the largest exporter of manufactured goods to Africa, accounting for nearly 30%, that is about $110 billion of the $370 billion of global manufactured exports to Africa. What is remarkable about this is that at least $65 billion of these exports of manufactured products are labor-intensive and low-tech products, including plastics, furniture, apparels, footwear, toys, cotton and rubber products, agro-fruits, coffee and cocoa products, and similar products. These are goods that can almost easily be produced in Nigeria, and indeed were being produced in Nigeria in the 1970s and 1980s. With its sizable low to semi-skilled labor and appropriate policies and incentive systems, Nigeria can become a hub for labor-intensive manufacturing in Africa. And I think the central bank showed this a few years ago with the emphasis they placed on non-oil exports, and you saw that big jump in 2019, although that was stunted by the COVID-19 pandemic. I believe, and the governor will speak about it, if that innovation and vision is carried forward, we are going to see even a rapid expansion of non-oil exports, even beyond the imagination of the biggest doubters. Presently, available statistics suggest that Nigeria's manufactured exports to Africa stands at a paltry $270 million, in real terms below what it was in the 1980s. Your Excellency, dear Governor, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is estimated that $60 billion of intra-African trade are a manufactured product, a significant proportion of which are re-exports from other regions, including Asia. China is known to be gradually moving away from producing such goods, opening opportunities for African economies to aim to replace the over $65 billion in light manufactures China currently exports to Africa. An important lesson here is that we have $65 billion of a market opportunity. If China exits and nobody steps in to fill the void, another non-African entity will take it. And $65 billion is almost 40% of total intra-African trade today. It's only a fool that will sit on his or her palms and let such an opportunity pass by. Nigeria stands an excellent chance of capturing a significant proportion of that market. And I'm happy Awolowo is here because the Export Promotion Council, working with the relevant ministries, can decide that they should aim to capture the 15% of that export that China currently sends to Africa in terms of light manufacturers. If Nigeria captures 15%, it will actually boost non-oil export performance by 300% to $14.6 billion, up from $4.8 billion that was achieved in 2018. It's also estimated that if that happens, just 15%, 1 million jobs will be created and contribute in addressing the challenge that our brother, His Excellency Wankele Mene mentioned about the large number of youth going to the labor force. The African Continental Free Trade Agreement gives Nigeria a second bite at the cherry, another opportunity to reconnect economically with the continent and regain its competitive edge. The AfCFTA creates a unique opportunity to develop and upscale dynamic and productive sectors critical to reviving essential industries and accelerating industrial development. More importantly, the 1.2 billion strong market is a fertile ground for Nigeria's SMEs to improve their operational efficiency, gain dynamic comparative advantage, improve their skill and scope efficiencies in readiness to face even more difficult global markets. Your Excellency, Your Governor, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Nigeria possesses all the essential ingredients required to catalyze export expansion and diversification in the context of the AfCFTA, namely a sizable population, enormous low to semi-skilled labor force, and a strong financial system that has roots very deep in other markets in the continent. Unlike any other, Nigerian banks, including Zenith Bank, EcoBank, UBA, FBN, Guarantee Trust Bank, and others, have established presence in over 30 African countries. This gives Nigeria a huge competitive advantage. And this advantage can be seen in terms of the ease of making cross-border payments, and more crucially, mitigating intra-African payment risks that Nigerian businesses may face as they venture into the new markets. Afreximbank is implementing a program to provide trade services and correspondent banking lines in an aggregate amount of $8 billion for 500 of Africa's 600 regulated banks to support intra-African trade. As at today, about 480 banks have been onboarded under this program, including most Nigerian banks that are operating across borders. The priority of the Nigerian government over the short term should be to ensure that businesses are well prepared to take advantage of the market opportunities the AfCFTA has thrown open. This will involve reducing the cost of doing business and adequately resourcing the Nigeria Export Promotion Council to run workshops on how to export, to run solo exhibitions, and to also find ways of training even SME exporters so they can become indirect exporters in supply chains. Also, government should trigger an adjustment process for entities in sectors likely to be negatively impacted by the AfCFTA. It would be unwise to aim to prop up on competitive sectors. Instead, entities therein should be assisted to adjust in an orderly manner to other activities. Arrangements should also be put in place to support those that can become competitive by simple retooling and transforming from import substitution to export orientation. And I believe banks like Zenith Bank have a role to play here. Helping companies think and act continentally should also receive urgent attention. I think the Export Promotion Council should run programs that can make, for example, a producer in Calabar to see the market in Cameroon as his natural market rather than Lagos. That change in mindset can be critical in making Nigeria a competitive player in the AfCFTA arena. Afreximbank has committed an amount of $500 million to members of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria to support them to retool their facilities. This facility will help them to upgrade their production equipment and help them become more competitive in preparation for entry into the markets created by the AfCFTA. Nigeria's informal sector also holds much promise to diversify the economy away from oil. The IMF estimates that informal cross-border trade averages about 4% of Nigeria's total trade, equivalent to $5 billion in 2019, and 25% of former Nigeria-Africa trade. Given that significant proportions of this trade are non-oil goods, any opportunity to formalize and expand this trade will further diversify the Nigerian economy and trade away from oil. It also has a chance to draw these significantly large atomistic traders into the formal banking system and boost financial inclusion. The Nigerian government, industrial and export promotion industries, and commercial banks must consciously attract these traders into the formal system. We consider the existence of a large number of informal traders as an evidence of institutional failure. For this purpose, Afreximbank has launched an initiative to promote the emergence of export trading companies across Africa. These institutions are expected to act as aggregators that can begin to formalize the large informal sector we have, not only in Nigeria, but across the continent. Nigeria's creatives and cultural industry being the largest in Africa, and Nollywood leading the way as the world's third largest behind Hollywood and Bollywood, presents a tremendous opportunity to expand Nigeria's services exports. In most homes and entertainment centers across Africa, one is sure to find a Nigerian movie or music being played. Nigeria's unique fashion has permeated all corners of the continent and even beyond. This industry has enormous potential to become the second largest export revenue earner for Nigeria if adequately organized. Effort must be made to properly regulate the sector with strong and functioning intellectual property rights and copyright regimes. These are important to both formalizing and attracting investments into the industry. Branding is key, and in the context of the AFCFTA, Nigeria needs to build a national brand for made in Nigeria manufacturers. Professional branding companies will be required, but underpinning the branding should be the promotion of export trading companies to ensure that branded goods are distributed and serviced properly. Export trading companies can be used to pool and brand products of SMEs for the export market. These export trading companies could easily eliminate the financing constraints faced by SMEs by providing them with pre-export or working capital finance. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is competitively produced goods that can enter the international market and thrive. While efforts are being made to improve the state of infrastructure in Nigeria, the current situation is that in some locations, it cannot support competitive manufacturing. And if the government agrees to focus on light manufacturers, most of the activities will be driven by SMEs with limited capacity to invest in their own infrastructure. Nigeria should consider accelerating the implementation of its decision to use restricted geographic areas as centers of export manufacturing. These zones, designated as special economic zones, industrial parks, or export processing zones, will provide a first-class and cost-effective infrastructure where industries can locate and produce competitively for the global and African markets. Afreximbank has agreed with the government of Nigeria to be part of the investors spearheading the development of such zones, with initial ones planned for Lekki, Aba, and Kano. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Afreximbank has become a central pillar in implementing the AFCFTA. Working closely with the African Union and the AFCFTA Secretariat, the bank is implementing programs to support the African private sector to expand its market reach and investment activities across the continent. As we roll out the Pan-African Payments and Settlement System, Zenith Bank and other Nigerian banks will become the natural partners and the ultimate channels for cross-border payments in support of intra-African trade. The Pan-African Payments and Settlement System will revolutionize intra-African trade payments by making it possible for those payments to be made in African national currencies. A Nigerian can, for instance, order cotton from Egypt for processing in Nigeria and pay in Naira, while the Egyptian receives Egyptian pounds. A Zambian farmer can watch a Nollywood movie on a streaming service by paying Zambian kwacha, while the Nigerian producers receive Nigerian Naira. The Pan-African payment system will commence trial operations next month and go live in June. A new vista for intra-regional trade is about to open, and we must thank the Central Bank of Nigeria for being a solid pillar of this effort, with Governor Emefiele as chair of the Governing Council of the Payment System. Afreximbank is supporting the African Union and African Regional Standards Organization to establish the necessary standards covering various sectors in order to ease trade. Unless we have standards, we cannot trade. As at date, we have supported the harmonization of standards for healthcare and medical equipment, as well as automotives and milk, among others. Nigeria has to invest in developing its quality infrastructure as a matter of urgency. We've worked with the Federal Ministry of Trade and pushed to have the National Quality Policy approved, and this was approved a few weeks ago, and we must congratulate the Nigerian government for that. We are also now pushing the National Assembly of Nigeria to pass the food safety bill. And we hope that with the banks in Nigeria, we can push all this together, because without passing these laws, we will not have the investments to develop the quality infrastructure Nigeria needs. Afreximbank is implementing an initiative to promote sound conformity assessment infrastructure across Africa, to be branded Africa Quality Assurance Centers. One such center is under construction in Ogun State, and 2 more are planned, one in east of Nigeria and another in the north. I must caution that although these will be relatively large facilities, they cannot provide all the testing and inspections required. Public and private investments are needed to bring the capacity closer to what exists in Egypt and South Africa, where they have about 4,000 testing facilities, while Nigeria has less than 10. Potential short to medium-term consequences of tariff removals include loss of tariff revenues and potential dislocation and disruption of private sector production. Afrexim Bank and the AFCFTA Secretariat are at an advanced stage of creating an $8 billion AFCFTA adjustment fund aimed at cushioning participating countries from fiscal revenue losses while assisting the private sector to retool and enhance their outward orientation. The fund, composed of 3 sub-funds, presents another opportunity for Zenith Bank and other development banks to support the ongoing work to use the AFCFTA to change the fortunes of the continent. Afrexim Board has already approved an amount of $1 billion for Afrexim participation in the adjustment fund. We expect that the statutes of this fund will be approved by heads of state in the coming months. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have created also a collaborative transit guarantee scheme to facilitate efficient and low-cost mechanisms for the movement of goods across borders. Through the scheme, a single transit bond will enable transporters or traders to move goods across multiple borders. You can envision a truck leaving Cairo and arriving in Cape Town just on the basis of one transit bond. An agreement was recently reached with the COMESA to pilot the scheme in that region. Discussions are equally advanced to roll out the scheme in the ECOWAS region. We are planning a sub-region by sub-region approach towards a general integration of this service for the entire continent. And with its rich pool of traders, any bank can and should become a co-implementing partner to Afrexim Bank in implementing this scheme. The bank will also soon launch a trade information portal and a trade regulations portal to improve access to information on market opportunities and trade regulations across Africa. We have 55 countries. If you want to check what is happening in any country, you have to go to 55 websites. That is not good enough. So what this portal is doing is to bring all those under one umbrella and reduce the cost of searching and make it then easier for investors to consider their investments. And our biennial Inter-African Trade Fair also presents an opportunity for Nigerian businesses to showcase their product offerings and build B2B networks. Nigerian entities participated actively and in large numbers in the maiden edition held in Cairo in 2018. And we must thank our brother Shego Awolowo, who mobilized a large pool of businesses, including SMEs and women-owned businesses, to attend that fair. The next fair is planned for December this year, and we also expect a strong participation from Nigeria. In concluding, I would like to note that the prospects are bright for the rapid transformation of the Nigerian exports if the opportunities offered by the AFCFTA are appropriately harnessed. Under the 1979 Constitution, as I mentioned earlier, Nigeria is obligated to promote Africa's political, economic, and social liberation. Nigeria shed blood and sweat to help the continent achieve political independence. The struggle before us now is that of economic emancipation. The FCFTA offers that window for realizing our ambition. Every Nigerian entity has a constitutional duty to support it and use it as a platform for transforming the Nigerian economy. And the struggle for economic independence must be fought with vigor and the same energy as the one used to do the political struggle. We should not think that gaining economic independence requires anything lighter than what was required when our fathers and forefathers fought to win political independence for us. I thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Prof. And I think we couldn't have asked for anything better because we didn't actually indicate the topic he's discussing on. He was talking to us on Africa Continental Free Trade Area, opportunity for Nigeria's non-oil export. And for those who listen attentively, I think it was remarkable and an excellent presentation. So I would like to thank you once more for this very, very brilliant insight. The major highlights are that, like he said, opportunities, all he did throughout the session was to provide us excellent statistics and data, references, and a poser with touchlight to highlight the enormous opportunity that exists in our country in terms of export. We need to take advantage of that, and there's no better paper than this, really. And I'm also particularly pleased, and at the initial presentation of the paper, where he highlighted, the statistics in terms of the nature of export that Nigeria was making to other African countries, and how the reverse has happened with China taking over and contributing a significant, much higher percentage than what we've ever done before. And amazingly, I think he mentioned our primary items, which are coming from China. The bulk of these items are basic, they are pedestrian, and we have the capacity to handle that really as a country. And like I said also, these are products that were produced from much, much earlier, even before the advancement of technology and even more advanced engineering, which we have a lot of capacity today to even improve upon. So we'd like to thank you very much for that very brilliant presentation. I also think for other participants, he also highlighted great area opportunities. For example, look at the testing facilities you mentioned. Imagine two of our other contemporaries, South Africa and Egypt, having over 4,000 testing facilities. And Nigeria here, we have less than 10% of that. So really, that's a major opportunity, which I think also should provide a poser. If we're ready to export, we need to have testing centers, and we must be able to compete favorably. We'd like to thank you, Prof, for that very brilliant insight and the touchlight you highlighted for the opportunities that are imminent. So thank you very much. After that, I think my group MD has introduced our CBN governor eloquently before the technical hitch. And I think the CBN governor is here. Like he said in his presentation, our CBN governor, being the central banker, has vigorously pursued, his vision of financial system stability and development financing because of this strong belief, that central banks in developing countries cannot afford to sit idly, and concentrate only on price and monetary stability, given that, the enormity of our challenges are beyond just that. And I think we all know, and we are living testimony to his practical approach to this new thinking of the role of central banks in development finance. And I'd like to welcome my CBN governor, who has been eloquently introduced by the group MD. You are most welcome, sir. Despite your tight schedule, we'd like to thank you very much for creating time to be with us here today. Thank you very much, Mr. Governor. You are most welcome, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think let me stand on already established protocols, but allow me thank Professor Benedict Orama, the CEO or the President of Afrexim Bank, the Secretary General of AFCFTA, the MD of Zenith Bank, and all other participants that are here this morning. I am delighted to attend this seminar this morning dedicated towards expanding intra-regional trade and improving Nigeria's non-oil export. Let me first commend the organizers of this seminar, Zenith Bank, for their focus on growing our non-oil exports, which, if well harnessed, can enable greater growth and improve foreign inflows for the Nigerian economy. In my brief remarks this morning, I intend to speak on some of the benefits of intra-regional trade and the steps that the CBN is taking to enable Nigerian businesses expand their footprints across Africa and indeed to other parts of the world. Supporting greater trade within Africa, as well as with their global community, is indeed vital to Central Bank of Nigeria's objectives of enabling greater economic growth and creating employment opportunities for a growing and teeming population in Nigeria. Trade enables specialization, economies of scale, and it also provides significant rewards to those who are innovative as they can sell their goods and services to an expanded market. COVID-19 pandemic and its resulting implications on crude oil prices in 2020, which led to a significant decline in government revenues, as well as in our foreign exchange earnings, served to strengthen the case that we must diversify our economy and create new trade opportunities for Nigeria as part of our recovery efforts. Indeed, let me emphasize that COVID-19 pandemic, what we found was that those who had comparative advantage in producing certain goods, particularly in this case, drug and essential food needed by dependent countries, right? They tended to hold back their drugs, they tended to hold back their food. And so the dependent countries like us had to wait, trying to see how long it would take for them to hold back. With a population of 200 million people and the immense opportunities that God has endowed on Nigeria, we think the time has come for Nigeria to truly reset and begin to be a true giant in the African continent. Fortunately, the Nigerian economy was able to emerge out of the recession during the fourth quarter of 2020, following 2 quarters of negative growth. This was due to significant interventions by the monetary and fiscal authorities in Nigeria aimed at stimulating consumption expenditure. However, a strong and well-balanced recovery will require additional contribution from the private sector in supporting greater growth of our non-oil exports. The volatility in the oil markets, which has exposed the economy to significant exogenous shocks, along with the growing trajectory towards lesser use of fossil fuels in the near future by some advanced and emerging market economics, make it imperative that we work to significantly improve our non-oil exports earnings. We believe that the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, AfCFTA, offers significant opportunities for the Nigerian private sector to expand into new markets and seek new export opportunities, particularly in the area of manufacturing, ICT, agriculture, and financial services, given our growing advantage in these areas relative to our counterparts in other parts of Africa. Full implementation of the AfCFTA is expected to yield Nigerian firms preferential access to markets in Africa worth over $504 billion in goods and $162 billion in services. I believe that we should seize this opportunity to ensure that Nigeria serves as a significant hub for international and domestic manufacturing companies seeking to serve the West, Central, and East African markets. Now, talking about Nigeria's opportunity for export under the AfCFTA, with a population of over 200 million people, and given its size as the largest economy in Africa, Nigeria presents itself not only as the largest market, but large opportunity to establish not only raw materials or primary commodities in Nigeria, but also the capacity to support the development of processing and manufacturing businesses in Nigeria. In addition, we have a very young, energetic, technological savvy population that have been leveraging technological applications to improve service delivery in the areas of finance, logistics, and agriculture to consumers in Nigeria. I believe the AFCFTA will provide an opportunity for these young, talented Nigerians to expand their services across the African region, developing trade portals that could support instant sales of goods manufactured in Nigeria to consumers in other parts of Africa. Is one aspect that can help to support the creation of jobs in Nigeria and improve foreign exchange inflows for the country. Our banks are already playing a significant role in expanding across the African continent. I'd like to encourage them to also leverage their presence in other parts of Africa to support Nigerian businesses seeking to expand into new markets in Africa by providing trade facilities to those with strong potentials for growth. At the CBN, we have taken considerable steps to improve the productive capacity of businesses, which would enable them to take advantage of export opportunities in Africa. Our intervention programs in the agriculture and manufacturing sectors are helping to enable businesses expand their scale of production, which is meeting growing domestic demand for goods, but also providing goods for export market. In addition, we have set up a 500 billion naira non-oil export stimulation facility currently domiciled at the Nigerian Export-Import Bank. And we would like to use this opportunity to encourage Nigerian businesses to please tap on this available facility at single-digit interest rates, not only for the good of our people, but also for the export, to boost our export opportunities. This initiative will also help to enable greater exports of processed agricultural commodities into other markets in Africa and also in the global market. Improving the business environment in Nigeria is also vital if we are to harness the gains of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. The Central Bank, through our Trade Monitoring System portal, TRMS, is also helping to reduce the time it takes to complete the export documentation process, as faster turnaround time would help to reduce delivery time for goods destined for exports and enable businesses expand their output. Today, businesses can complete their NXP applications on our Trade Monitoring System portal in 30 minutes, relative to 2 years ago, where it took as much as 2 weeks to complete a single process. I am aware that our Nigerian exporters are also currently facing a couple of challenges, particularly in moving their goods, logistical challenges in moving their goods to the port and out of the port. The Central Bank of Nigeria is currently engaged in discussions with the fiscal authorities, the port authorities, the customs, to see how some of those bottlenecks that currently hinder the easy export of goods, that this hindrance could be removed as quickly as possible. We are also working with the stakeholders in repositioning the Nigerian Commodity Exchange, which would help to support greater trade for operators in this vital sector earlier mentioned. You would recall the Nigerian Commodity Exchange has not been able to live up to expectation. And only recently, we received the approval of Mr. President for a total restructure and reposition in Nigerian commodity exchange. We believe that by the time this is fully repositioned, some of the bottlenecks and challenges that are currently faced in the movement of food or goods from our rural commodities or from farm to market, that those challenges will be eliminated. Once the exchange becomes fully operational during the second half of the year, international buyers of raw and processed agricultural commodities will be able to enter into forward contracts with domestic suppliers on the exchange, and they can be assured of not only the quality of the goods sold through the exchange, but also on the expected delivery, date of delivery. We believe these forward contracts will help to support improved productivity for farmers and agro-processors. It will also help to improve access to credit for these entities using the forward contracts as collateral. What am I saying? We are looking at a program that would completely revolutionize not just the primary agriculture, but also processing, logistics, moving goods, transportation, either through rail or by road, in a seamless manner. I therefore want to use this opportunity to say that a lot of opportunity does exist for us to take advantage of. And I want to also say that with banks like Zenith, I think it should be possible for your customers who are interested in logistic movement of goods from farm to market, and indeed from market, domestic markets to even export market, to be able to take advantage of these great opportunities at cheap prices, even when they do need funding for the good, not only of their business, but also of our country. Because through this process, employment is generated and our economy sees growth and development. Supporting greater trade within Africa will also require the presence of a viable payment system, payment settlement system. And you all have heard both the president of Afrexim and the Secretary General of the AFCFTA talk about the importance of an efficient payment system infrastructure to aid the settlement of trade within African countries. In this regard, the CBN is working with key stakeholders in the African continent, particularly the Afrexim Bank, to improve the underlying payment infrastructure to support greater intra-regional trade through the establishment of the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, which is currently, the organizing board is currently chaired by the governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria. The Pan-African Payment Settlement System is an infrastructure that is desperately needed for the payment and settlement of trade transactions in Africa. The West African Monetary, the WAMS country, West African Monetary Zone countries, which is the Anglophone plus Guinea, are currently undergoing a test program under a pilot for the implementation of the PAPS program. And just like the president of Afrexim had hinted, we expect that those test runs should end by the end of May, and by June, we would go live. What does this mean? What it means is that a businessman in Nigeria can go to Ghana or using the internet, conduct a trade and conclude a trade. Payment is done on a seamless basis. That Nigerian businessman pays cedi to the Ghanaian, or vice versa. If a Sierra Leonean wants to come to Nigeria to buy something or wants to ship goods from Nigeria to Sierra Leone, he can also pay Naira. So what are we saying? For us at the Central Bank of Nigeria, I bet the benefit for particularly in the African continent is that the need for you to begin to is totally eliminated. The Afro-Exim Bank stands ready as a settlement institution where there is some credit line for country able to settle that trade. A totally revolutionized trade and payment system infrastructure within Africa. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Am I audible?
We lost you for about 2 minutes.
Electricity. Okay, I'm back on now. Hello, am I there?
Yeah, you are, sir.
Back on, sir. Back on, sir.
Am I audible? Okay,
You
good.
are very audible,
Back on, sir.
And like I was saying, borrowing from the world. What? Am I on?
Yes, sir, you are on. You are on. We can hear you. But your bandwidth is low. So you are off again.
Are you hearing me now?
We can hear you now, sir.
Very good. Like I was saying, borrowing from the remarks made by the president of Afro-Exim, Professor Benedict Orama, he says that we must pursue with vigor Africa's economic independence, just the same way our forefathers pursued political independence of Africa. And I believe with all the efforts and all hands on deck, all efforts being put in place by the African leaders, supported by the African ministers of finance and the governors of the central bank, with Afro-Exim and the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, we think it is time for Africa to truly come up and gain its economic independence. The initiatives of the PAPs will enable payments in our local currency for goods in other African countries and vice versa without the need for a third currency. This initiative will help to reduce the cost of cross-border trade, improve convertibility of the Naira, and increase trade opportunities for Nigerian businesses in Africa. Although Nigeria stands to gain from expanded trade, I believe it is also important that we pay attention to the cost that expanded trade through the ASEFTA could have on local businesses and communities. Smuggling of goods, and I use the word smuggling and dumping of goods produced in non-African countries into Nigeria or into Africa, and abuse of rules of origin have often resulted in significant job losses and displacement of workers in key sectors of our economy, such as agriculture and manufacturing. It is vital that we work with the governing body of the ASEFTA in addressing these concerns, as it has profound implications on employment and security in Nigeria. We would also like to urge existing exporters that they endeavor to repatriate their export proceeds as required by law. The CBN guarantees that exporters will have unfettered access to their export proceeds, and we do expect that exporters will reciprocate the good gesture of the bank by repatriating their export proceeds to improve foreign exchange inflows into the country. In closing, Let me once again thank the organizers of this event for their focus on improving Nigeria's non-oil exports and expanding intra-regional trade. The initiatives being put in place by the CBN would help to ensure that Nigerian businesses are able to take advantage of the growing opportunities in the African market. Ensuring that procedures on rules of origin are strictly adhered to by other African countries would also help to reduce the negative effects that come with the implementation of the AFCFTA. Nevertheless, it is vital that we all work together to support increased growth of our non-oil exports, as it would help to enable greater economic growth and improve our foreign exchange earnings. The Central Bank of Nigeria remains committed to working with all stakeholders towards achieving this objective. Again, I thank Zenith Bank for this initiative, and I look forward to participating in future seminars. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I think the GMD should thank the governor on our behalf before we continue.
Okay, Umar, thank you very much, Mr. Governor, sir. I want to thank you for taking our time out of your very busy schedule. And I recall that in even booking your appointment, we had to breach protocol, which you indulged us. And you were very, very clear, direct, and very comprehensive in terms of your commitment and support for the non-oil export initiatives, especially the mandate. What I take out of this is the mandate to make Nigeria the significant hub and ensure that we expose all our customers, especially the SMEs, to the various funding incentives that are available to them. And I can assure you that in terms of even implementing the powers, Zenith is going to be a leading example for the country, and starting from our areas of low-hanging fruits to see how we begin to live out the whole laudable ideas of the path that will promote not just inter-regional trade, but also promote that settlement. I think is the ultimate game changer that we see. Like I said in my opening remark, that's like developing our own African UCP 600 or maybe UCP 700 this time. So thank you very much, sir. And I can assure you that Zenith Bank solidly stands behind you, and we are the vanguard of propagating the laudable ideas and initiatives that you've continued to put in place to support and promote non-oil export. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you again, the governor. Like we said at the beginning, he's just not a CBN governor, he's a regulator, a facilitator, and an enabler. And I think his paper rightly captured those three perceptions that we have of you, sir. Thank you very much for your intervention and the support. And I think for those who listen attentively, you will that, of course, as usual. All these three items I mentioned are the things that make the CBN under his leadership tick. And it's up to us to take advantage of it. We must comply. They are regulators, they will insist we do the right thing. They are facilitators, they make it possible by providing funding, competitive rates, also for long tenures in all sectors. And of course, enabler, try to bring together all the parties involved and makes it possible for everyone to excel. The bottom line is at the end of it all, Nigeria is better for it. So there's no better Mr. Nigeria and Pan-Africa than Mr. Mefele. Like my GMD said, I think for me, a major take home, which if we actualize that, is the Pan-African payment settlement system, which will surely revolutionize trade within the African continent. We can't wait for that as we continue to improve our other infrastructure and other value-added services also to export to our other African countries. Thank you very much, sir, and thank you for creating time, despite your very, very tight schedule, to be here with us. I'm sure a lot of people at the comment section really are excited having you here and are posting their comments. Thank you very much again. At this juncture, we'll go to our next presenter, who is also a key operator in the sector and also an enabler. However, he sent his apology. He's always been with us in the last 5 sessions. So Mr. Olusegun Awolowo is sending a representative. Is the Chief Executive Officer of Nigerian Export Promotion Council. That's the country's apex organization for the development and promotion of non-oil exports to diversify the nation's economy. Prior to being at Nigerian Export Promotion Council, Mr. Awolowo worked in the Federal Capital Territory, which is FCTA, as a Secretary for Social Development and later as Secretary for Transport. He's been in this agency and has transformed it significantly. And like we said at the beginning of our session, he's been a friend and partner in all our export trade seminars and webinars, and we've relied on them significantly. We've also partnered with them as we grow the young ones. We've done trainings with them. We've facilitated other enabling interactions that will encourage non-oil export from Nigeria. So it's my pleasure to introduce Mr. Segun Awolowo, who is duly and ably represented by one of his directors. You are most welcome, Doctor.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Can I go ahead, please?
Please go ahead, Dr. Ezra.
Please permit me to stand on the existing protocol. My name is Dr. Ezra Yakusak. I am the Director of Policy and Strategy in Nigerian Export Promotion Council. I want to convey my Chief Executive, my boss, Mr. Olusegun Awolowo's apologies. He wanted to be here personally because, like the MD of Zenith Bank said earlier on, the last 5 sessions he was there, but he had to be away. And so please, I need to convey his apologies. Now, having said that, and by means of introduction, the African Continental Free Trade Agreement area has so far been signed, we all know that it's on record, by about 54 countries. Now, the implication is that it automatically grants market access to 54 African countries with a population of 1.2 billion people and a combined market worth of about $3.4 trillion in GDP. Now, if you look at that, you know these are opportunities. These are opportunities that have been offered by the AFCFTA. And it also means that domestic industries have the privilege to expand with increased employment opportunities and ensuring poverty reduction and, if possible, elimination of poverty. And if you look at the AFCTA very well, you will understand that this initiative will reduce smuggling due to the tariff implementation on 90% of goods, thereby increasing the acceptance of made in African goods. Now, it has been projected that the implementation of AFCA will grow Nigeria intra-African trade to about $50 billion by 2035. Now, this provides a great opportunity for Nigeria to pursue trade expansion through increased export market penetration and product diversification strategy. The huge African market also provides an avenue for a conscious effort towards value creation or value addition, thereby increasing the contribution of manufacturing and service export to Nigeria's GDP and total exports. Now, considering the Nigerian market size, which the central bank governor mentioned, Nigerian market size is about 500 billion in GDP and about a population of about 200 million people. Now, this should encourage our manufacturers to increase capacity and expand into other African countries. However, despite the advantages offered by the AFCFTA, there is dear need to adequately prepare Nigerian exporters to tap into the opportunities offered by this huge or this vast market. On our part, the NEPC has initiated proactive measures towards ensuring that the Nigerian exporters are firmly placed on the right pedestal to access the vast market, that's the AFC African market. And we are doing this because we consider the AFCFTA as a launching pad for SMEs to thrive and also an opportunity for Nigerian exporters to compete in the global marketplace. Now, the question is, what is NEPC doing to prepare exporters, to prepare Nigerian exporters towards this vast opportunity? Now, as the agency statutorily mandated to promote the export of non-oil goods in Nigeria, the NEPC has proactively initiated some interventions towards creating an enabling environment for Nigerian exporters to access the market. This is because we see the NEPC, we in NEPC, we see ourselves as the focal point for ensuring the success of AFTA. We are saying this because the crux of AFTA AFCA is about export trade. And of course, NEPC was set up to promote export trade. So you see, there's a symbiotic relationship between AFCA and NEPC. Now, some of the interventions that NEPC initiated and is following up is, the first thing is capacity building. Now, we realize that Nigerian exporters need to even know what AFCFTA is all about. And like the Holy Book said, my people perish for lack of knowledge. And so we've initiated technical sessions for selected SMEs to develop their market entry strategies and the utilization of existing quality and food safety certification in successful export marketing. And so far, we've organized 3 sessions in 3 geopolitical zones. That's the first one we had under the first phase. The first one we had was in Kano, Lagos, and we had the last technical session in Port Harcourt last Thursday. Now, the truth about it is, AFCFTA, there are some technicalities in it. And so we brought in experts, consultants that work with the National Action Committee on AFCA. We use them as lead resource people, and issues like the rules of origin, trade remedies, designated competent authority were all explained to the various SMEs as we go along. Another intervention is the export competency development programs. This we do to build capacity of SMEs with requisite skills to penetrate the international export market. And of course, we have a collaboration with GIZ on the Nigerian Competitiveness Project. And the project is to assist SMEs to secure the hazard analysis and critical control point certification in order to facilitate access to certified niche export markets. We're also facilitating other certifications with like Global GAP, Fair Trade, Kosher, Halal, etc. As an organization, we are also subjecting ourselves, positioning ourselves for excellent service delivery. Because as we subject our experts to various certification processes, we are subjecting ourselves to similar processes. And the idea is to instill confidence in not only our exporters, but other international organizations. To this end, the NEPC is presently undergoing the ISO 9001-2015 certification process. It is a globally recognized quality management certification facilitated by SON. The program is ongoing now at the NEPC. Another initiative or interventions we did or we are doing is the export expansion facility. The federal government was gracious under the economic sustainability plan, granted 50 billion naira grant for under the export expansion facility program. And so we tapped the program from pandemic to prosperity. But there are some modules under that program, and one of it is the Export Development Fund. The Export Development Fund is not a new fund. It is an incentive program that was established since 1986 by virtue of the Export Incentives and Miscellaneous Provisions Act, CAP E19, Laws of the Federation 2004. Now, the EDF is structured or designed to be used to provide financial assistance to private sector exporting companies to cover part of their expenses in respect of export promotion activities. The EDF offers an opportunity to assist in funding and developing the capabilities of Nigerian exporters. To this end, on 29 March 2021, we formally launched the EDF. We launched it went live on 29 March 2021, and a platform was open where exporters registered to access this grant. A time limit was given. The platform, as of yesterday, Monday, the platform was closed. That's 19 April. The platform was officially closed yesterday. Now, we have a scheme called the Domestic Export Warehousing Scheme. I listened to the Central Bank Governor very well. And he mentioned the challenges being faced by exporters to access ports, especially Lagos ports, where if you go there, you think it's a madhouse. Now, the NEPC initiated what we call the Domestic Export Warehousing Scheme. The scheme is structured to reduce the challenges exporters face in moving their goods or cargoes from hinterlands to export. It is a proposed one-stop facility terminal for storage of goods, packaging and labeling, pre-shipment inspection, and fumigation of products designated goods in preparation for ultimate transportation to the ports. Now, the advantage of this program, the advantage of this scheme, we initiated it last year, and of course we are still working on it in collaboration with the sister agencies like Custom, SON, Quarantine Service, NAFDAC, and other agencies. Now, the advantage of this scheme is that lorries will be loaded there. Lorries loaded there will be automatically uploaded on the Nigerian Ports Authority terminal under the call-up system before leaving the warehouse, thereby reducing traffic and reducing time for containers to enter the port. And it provides an avenue where export-related and regulatory agencies involved in pre-shipment activities will conduct their functions in the warehouse, therefore eliminating multiple inspection regime. What I'm trying to say is that, like the pre-shipment inspection agencies, the customs, quarantine service, SON, NAFDAC, all of them will go in that facility and conduct their inspection. And once that is done, the goods are loaded on a truck and straight to the to the port with a seal, DEW. And once that seal is inscribed on the vehicle, the customs or any other security agents are not expected to stop or intervene or interfere with the movement of that vehicle until that vehicle reaches its port of destination. Now, export shipments will be delivered to the port promptly to meet sailing schedule and avoid demurrage and comply with the export order. We realize also in NEPC that to access this African market, the AFCF market, there's need for trade facilitation. And so the NEPC is framing up arrangement for the establishment of export trade houses in selected countries in Africa. But we're starting with ECOWAS country. And the idea is to provide a permanent exhibition of Nigerian goods and to also act as a clearinghouse and a warehouse of Nigerian goods. This is intended to contribute to export trade and deepening market penetration strategy. We are doing this in collaboration with MANEC, that is Man Export Group. The president of Afri-Exim, Professor Benedict Orama, mentioned something. He mentioned export trading company. The fact is that NEPC is collaborating with Afri-Exim to establish the export trading company, and it's going to be a PPP arrangement to aggregate products for SMEs across the value chain and prepare such products for export. But like he said, this is still on the pipeline. Now, years back, the NEPC developed the Zero Oil Plan in response to the recession in 2016. The Zero Oil Plan was developed in 2017. When it was developed, we never envisaged that there was going to be COVID or there's even that the AFCA was coming to friction or is going to be implemented. Like the Secretary General of AFCA said, though the Zero Oil Plan is yet to be fully implemented, but it's work in progress. And the plan prepares Nigeria for a world in which crude oil is less relevant. And the question is, supposing there's no crude oil today, how are we going to survive? That's the idea behind the Zero Oil Plan. It is a strategy for boosting foreign exchange to the non-oil sector. And in doing that, we roll out, or we identify 22 major exports that are major products that are cash cow, that Nigerians, that exporters can leverage on. And now with the AFCA, since these products have been identified, we invite or we ask Nigerian exporters to just leverage on the zero oil plan and move on to the African market. Now, the issue is with some of these interventions, and of course, these are not all interventions because we were given a 15-minute time limit, and so I'm conscious of the time. And so, but with this, how does NEPC intend to implement this? We cannot do it alone. It's not something that you can do in silos. And so we have an effective networking strategy with other MDS, like the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, the Central Bank of Nigeria, Federal Ministry of Finance, SON, NAFDAC, but we also have other donor agencies and our partners like Afri-Exim, CBI, UNIDO, GIZ, and a host of others. Now, in conclusion, and considering the time, there's no doubt that AFCA offers a rare prospect towards deepening economic integration and creation of a liberalized market in Africa. However, it equally offers a unique opportunity for Nigeria to reposition itself as a colossus in the economic and trade landscape of Africa. The time is right. The time is now for Nigeria to assume that leadership role it is known for. Thank you very much, and thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ezra, for that wonderful presentation. I'm sure you've done a very good job on behalf of your CEO, and I'm sure you're proud of you. Like from the comments I'm seeing in the chat room, a lot of people seem to know you, so testifying to your ability. So we'd like to thank you very much for gracing this occasion, and particularly the salient point you raised, actually, for you as a major enabler. You see from our participants, there are various interests there, and some of the points you highlighted to make export out of Nigeria possible, they're the major attraction for some of them. And I think the take home for me, for you, which I think some of the comments there is that NEPC should continue to improve its enabling capacity so that there will be more Nigerian exporters who will export seamlessly. I like the idea of the, I don't know what phrase you use for it, but it's the one-stop shop for total export, like also Prof mentioned in his own case where he said testing center, whatever you want to call it, you want to make it as convenient, as convenient as possible for Nigerian exporters to, so that they will minimize the number of bottlenecks, dislocation that we experience within the export process. I would like to thank you very much for that very insightful paper, and share with you some of the comments and questions that our participants are throwing to your organization. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right. So at this juncture, I think for invited guests and keynote speakers, we've taken all of them. And because the session is divided into two, the next, which I'm going to hand over to Esther Oni to coordinate the panel discussion. That's an interesting opportunity where we have brought also operators, regulators, and other stakeholders within the export space. Esther will continue from where I stopped. Just before then, I'd like to thank all our keynote speakers and presenters for the brilliant presentation and very insightful papers they presented across all the various topics we assigned to them. And I'm sure all our participants are better and much more well informed. And like my GMD said, which I'm sure you're going to hear much more from us later, our bank is nominated Export Bank for Nigeria and by extension Africa. We are willing to partner with all serious exporters who are ready to take advantage of the great opportunity that our country provides. And interesting, like you heard from some of the papers presented, what can be exported out of Nigeria cuts across, from primary agricultural produce to manufactured goods to even services. And I think that's a great opportunity for Nigeria. A country this size should not be a dumping ground. We should be able to take advantage of this the free trade agreement that is enabled and signed by all member countries. So Nigeria is ripe and ready. All we need to do is take advantage of that. Please and please, as I hand over to Esther, just something I said at the beginning of the session for our participants who will join much later. There is no way Zenith Bank will ask you to provide your details. I keep repeating this. Please and please do not volunteer any information to anyone under the pretext that that person is an employee or representative of Zenith Bank. Not today, not at any point. We will never ask you for your account details or some of your pertinent information. Please and please be very, very careful. It's a free webinar and it's part of our contribution to national discourse on the improvement of non-oil exports and other export potential that Nigeria really possesses. So thank you very much for listening. Esther, I'd like to welcome you as you take over from here to invite our panelists.
Thank you very much, Uma, for that. So I'll just quickly go into our panel discussion. Our topic for this panel discussion is harnessing Nigeria's non-oil export potential, opportunities, and challenges. And I have 5 panelists. I'll quickly go into introducing our panelists. But before then, just a quick, some quick housekeeping rules. Now, this panel discussion is going to last for 60 minutes. After that, we'll quickly go into a question and answer session. I'd like our participants to drop their questions. I've seen so many of the questions coming in already. Thank you so much. Keep them coming. We can't take all questions, but we'll definitely take as many as we can. So please put your questions or drop your questions into the Q&A box and we'll take as many as we can. So I'll just quickly now go into introductions. Joining us for this panel today is Mr. Abba Abubakar Bello. He is the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of the Nigerian Export-Import Bank, Nexim. Abba Bello, within the first year of his appointment, he led the bank to develop new initiatives aimed at achieving the economic diversification objectives of the federal government of Nigeria under the Economic Recovery and Growth Plan, the ERGP. Bello has over 27 years experience in banking, where he has led senior management positions in corporate banking, regional and commercial banking, and the public sector. He also holds a degree in accounting from the Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, a postgraduate degree in business administration from the University of Liverpool, United Kingdom, and advanced management program from the Harvard Business School. Mr. Bello, you're welcome. Thank you for joining us today. Also joining us today, and please welcome with me, Mr. Dera Nadi, Deputy Controller Administration, Ogun 1 Command of the Nigeria Customs Service. He was until recently the Deputy Controller in charge of enforcement at Tinkan Island, Port Command of the Nigeria Customs Service. Before then, he served at the Strategic Research and Policy Department of the Nigeria Customs Service, Customs Headquarters, Abuja, where he held the position of the head of Intellectual Property Rights, Environment, and One-Stop Investment Center. He's a member of the National Trade Facilitation Committee, a committee that works towards Nigeria's ratification of the World Trade Organization Trade Facilitation Agreement. Mr. Nadi, thank you for joining us today. Also joining us today, and please welcome Mr. Aliyu Abubakar, Director, Trade Department, Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, where he's a highly accomplished professional who has steadily risen through the ranks since he joined the Federal Civil Service in 1987. He served as the Commercial Attaché in Nigeria Trade Office to the World Trade Organization in Geneva, Switzerland between the year 2000 and 2006. He takes keen interest in trade issues with a focus on international trade. Also joining us today is Hassan Hamoud. He's a managing director of Mahmuda Industries. He's known for his superior business aptitude, reflected on the company's successful foray into skin tannery, polypropylene sacks production, and food and beverages processing. His considerable experience in business and financial management, coupled with his excellent leadership skills, have enabled him to build a reputable company within an unbelievably short length of time. His business foresight and strategic planning have culminated in the recent establishment of Mahmuda Foods Nigeria Limited. It is heartwarming to note that Hassan Hamoud has spent his entire life in Nigeria. Hassan, thank you so much for joining us today. Last but not the least, and please welcome with me, Mr. Felix Onwuchekwa Nwabuko, Country Manager, Director, SIAD Group, also know them as Presco. He's a chartered accountant and consultant with extensive multi-industry and international experience in management consulting and leading enterprises in the Nigerian and Ghanaian oil, palm, and vegetable oil industry. He's a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, associate of the Chartered Institute of Taxation of Nigeria, and alumni of both the Manchester Business School and University of Benin. He's also a member of the Institute of Directors, United Kingdom. His special interests are in strategy, corporate governance, and leadership. Gentlemen, once again, welcome to today's panel. Our time is fast gone, so I'll just quickly go into engaging my panelists. Now, of course, a lot has been said about the commencement of the African Continental Free Trade Area. We know that this is a market, a huge market, 1.2 billion people with a combined GDP of 3.4 trillion US dollars. Now, while this is an enormous opportunity for Nigerian exporters, a lot still needs to be done to get more SMEs, particularly export ready. Value chains need to be strengthened across sectors. Non-tariff barriers also need to be addressed. And very importantly, also trade finance or export finance also needs to be made available. So I'll just quickly go into my first question, and that is to Mr. Abba Bello. What financing schemes does Nexim have to encourage export and the related value chain, especially at the SME level?
Thank you very much, Esther. And let me also thank Zenith Bank for inviting Nexim Bank to be part of this very fantastic enlightenment event for export. We're very happy to be part of it. Now, Nigeria Export-Import Bank was actually established to promote export by providing financing and other non-finance export instruments that will facilitate export of Nigerian produce out of into the global markets and regional markets. Now, to be specific on the types of facilities that are available by for the Nigerian economy, specifically for export. Indeed, the reason why this kind of program is very important is to bring to the fore the kind of products that are available to finance exports out of Nigeria. And Nexim Bank, just like other financial institutions, have a lot of products that are tailored for export. Now, the governor, when he spoke, first of all, Nexim has various sources of funds that support exports. There's the interventions of the Central Bank of Nigeria. There is lending from the balance sheet of Nexim Bank. And there's also financing that comes from other multilateral partners like Afrexim Bank and Africa Development Bank, as well as, since we're also the Export Credit Agency of Nigeria, we also have lines from other export credit agencies across the world that facilitate lending to exporters and provision of financing in various forms. Most exporters know that financing doesn't necessarily mean funding. It could sometimes be referred to financing that is done through deferred payments that will involve guarantees and also insurance. But to be specific, we have various types of facilities that vary in terms of purpose, tenor, and from I'm sure most exporters will want to know what kind of pricing. So for our trading activities, which currently dominate Nigerian exports, and for which many of the speakers, like the Secretary General of AFCFTA, the President of Afrexim, the Governor of Central Bank, have tried to emphasize the need for us to diversify and move upstream down on the value chain to go into industrialization. But we still have facilities that are tailored for trading. And importantly, trade finance facilities that we have cover both manufactured goods, agricultural raw materials, solid minerals, and are tenored for 90 days up to 1 year, depending on the cycle of the trade that the customer is involved in. We also have given our emphasis to move up the value chain and ensure processing and industrialization. Project finance that is primarily to fund equipment and indeed sometimes even set up industry for processing of Nigerian agro-produce or solid minerals. We have facilities that are targeted specifically at services export. I think a lot has been said from previous speakers on the opportunities that are in the services export. So we have facilities for the creative industry, for healthcare. I think the governor mentioned it a bit when he made his speech. But where we see an opportunity is, first of all, reverse the trend. I think over $1 billion is spent by Nigerians on healthcare all over the country. First, to reverse the trend of outward healthcare spending and create enough infrastructure and facility for healthcare in Nigeria, especially in the light of AFCFTA, that flows will start coming into Nigeria on healthcare. Now, I've mentioned the risk mitigation instruments like guarantees, insurance, and investment guarantees, which are available for export. And you, Esther, asked about what specifically do we have for SMEs. Now, we've noticed that most SMEs have not accessed the kind of funding that they need. And when I say SMEs, I'm speaking about the very small enterprises have not had the opportunity to have this financing. And when you speak to them in their associations, what they always come up is that access to finance is difficult. And where it is there, it is expensive. And even when it is not expensive, conditions are very difficult for them. So we've created an export fund that is specifically targeted at SMEs, created an SME desk that will first grow capacity, help shape their funding or the requirements into a bankable proposal that will enable them access funding for export. So that is specifically for SMEs. We also have an state export development fund. Again, we looked at our portfolio. Exporters are concentrated in Lagos, in Kano, in Abuja. But under the program, the Zero Oil Plan, there's also another program that is called One State, One Product, okay, which says, aspires that every state in Nigeria has products that they can export. And Export Promotion Council has been working to develop that one product that can be exported from every state in Nigeria. Now, what we have done is we have put funding behind it. So working with NEPC, we have committed that from the beginning, that we will at least put 1 billion naira per state behind the One State, One Product program under the Zero Oil Plan. And recently, we've also set up a fund that specifically focuses on women and youth in export. Okay, that we have various products that most of the workers in that value chain are women and youth, but we don't have the entrepreneurs that take it to export, or at least even do the aggregation before export, that are women or youth. So this fund, we call it YF, we set up with a 10 billion naira startup seed funding to finance women and youth entrepreneurs for export, especially in the light of AFCFTA, where small products, like the woman who does the processing of shea butter into creams, soap, and so on, can have the opportunity to have funding that will take her to the Ghanaian market, to the Niger market, and so on and so forth. So in a nutshell, these are the products that we have under the EDF that we run, and also the NESF that the governor has spoken about before I spoke.
Thank you, Mr. Bello, for sharing that with us. Very good to know that there's also focus on the micros. Many times we focus on just the small and medium enterprises, but also, and sometimes, many times leave out the micro, the much smaller ones. Good to know that Nexim is also focusing on that. And also women and youth. We know that, of course, women are great economic contributors. There's a large body of evidence to show that, of course, better economic prosperity comes when we do invest in women. So good to hear that Nexim is doing that. Let me bring in Mr. Aliyu from the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment. Now, there are concerns of multiple government agencies operating at the ports. What is your ministry's plan to streamline the activities of these agencies and improve the turnaround time for exporters?
Thank you very much, moderator, for giving me the floor. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. What is the ministry doing to ensure that we streamline activities of agencies at the port and to improve the turnaround time for exporters? As you know, the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment is a key economic ministry. We are responsible for trade promotion, investment facilitation, and industrialization, as well as enterprise development. So all these activities, all these issues borders on there is the need for agencies at the ports to be as efficient as possible. So we have a trade facilitation program, which is under the WTO trade facilitation agreements. We have a committee that is domiciled in the ministry, and the objective of the committee is to ensure the full implementation of that agreement. So agencies at the ports, we want them to be as small or as smart as possible. We don't want multiple agencies. And you know, right from the period of reform, when government embarked on reform, a number of agencies have been moved out of the port so that they will not be many and unwieldy. So to reduce bureaucracy, to save time, and to improve efficiency. So one of the goals of the ministry is actually to ensure that the agencies that are operating at the ports do their best to ensure that import, exports, and business is improved. So we have a duty here, and we are working through the National Trade Facilitation Committee, which I am the chairman, as well as working with presidential ease of doing business to ensure that we create enabling environments at the ports and for agencies to be as efficient as possible. So we don't want a situation whereby, as a result of activities of agencies, we have trade diversion, exporters or importer businesses taking their goods elsewhere to do business. So we are working with all the agencies, the border agencies, to ensure that they are as efficient as possible. But I think one area that we have to emphasize is the issue of coordination. Even if you have very few agencies, yet they are not coordinated, it becomes a problem. So we have to make sure that the agencies coordinate well, and they do their they provide their services as efficiently as possible. So the issue of leveraging on technology is key. We know that the issue of the goods coming in or going out needs to be checked, needs to be scanned, and things like that. So that is an important area of ministry's activity. But importantly, we are working with other agencies, the Nigerian Port Authority, Nigerian Shippers Council, Customs, Immigration, and others to ensure that the issue of port congestion is addressed, because
Mr. Lee, if I could just come in here, I'm sorry to interrupt you. You just mentioned the issue of port congestion. Well, that's a question I wanted to ask Mr. Nadi. So if you could just hold that thought for us, I think this would be a good time to bring in Mr. Nadi to answer that question for us. Thank you very much for that. So, Mr. Nadi, now, notwithstanding, of course, you've listened to Mr. Aliyu talk about, the agencies at the ports trying to encourage better efficiency. Now, but then notwithstanding the plethora of reforms initiated by the Nigeria Customs Service itself, exporters are still complaining of congestion at these ports. What measures are you adopting to improve the turnaround time for exporters too? Mr. Nadi, if you could just please, unmute your mic.
Yeah, thank you very much, Esther. And let me also thank the presenters who made paper presentations earlier and to other panelists. It's good to see Mr. Liu here that I've worked severally at the Trade Facilitation Agreement. I bring you greetings from the Controller General of Customs, Colonel Hamid Ibrahim Ali, retired. Let me go straight to your question and mention that in customs, we recognize the importance of trade as a part of what should be used to develop and grow any country. And I'm happy you also mentioned that in spite of the various reforms that we've adopted in the port, there are still congestions. Yes, there are. We must admit that there are congestions in the port, and particularly we are concerned because it affects export of cargo. And more concerned because majority of our exports that are non-oil are agro commodities that are perishable. So it really gives us concern, and it is something that we are glad when you invited us to come and discuss here and provide solution on what should be done. We do not just fold our arms and limit ourselves to the technology that we've adopted as customs or to our reforms. We are also partnering with other government agencies to work out modalities to ease the congestion in the port. One of the things we realized as customs was far back in 2017, we found out that whereas cargo throughput was increasing, particularly cargo throughput in the export of commodities, when this government came in, this government decided that they are going to diversify the economy to agri. We found out that there was increase in movement of agro products into the port for export, but there was no road infrastructure for that. Whereas the cargo throughput was increasing, the port infrastructure remained static. Yes, there were improvements in some of the port infrastructure, but the roads were not being expanded. And so we have this problem of agro products being stuck on the road for several days, several months, and then getting damaged. Sometimes when they're not damaged and they're exported to foreign countries, they are returned as not being acceptable because their shelf life has been affected. So what did we do? We decided that there should be alternative means of moving cargo beyond road. So in 2017, we came up with a proposal to revive barge operation, which was initially being used in the country in the 90s between Tinkham Port and Kirikiri Lighter Terminal by one of the shipping lines that is now defunct, Bako Liners. We decided that this is a development that we need to encourage. And so we partnered with some of our stakeholders and we called a meeting. Well, we did a memo and hopefully and good enough management accepted it. And barge operation came into force. We encouraged it as alternative means of moving cargo into the port with emphasis for exports. But unfortunately, rather than use this as a means of easing traffic on the road, there are lots of effort now being made rather than regulate the process. It's now being turned into a revenue generating area, which is one of the things that I want this panel to discuss effectively. Why should the regulation of movement of cargo into the port be more of revenue generation than easing of trade? So one of the things we're also going to do is to find out how do we manage empty container traffic, which is one of the main things that cause congestion on our roads. If you notice, movement of goods out of the port is always stuck. because movement of empty containers into the port is a major challenge. And then you find out also that rather than partner with government agencies, private businesses in the port maximize this opportunity for revenue. So I have my cargo that is coming into the port, notwithstanding the challenges I have, which is not caused by me. I am a terminal operator, a shipping line. I think more of my demurrage that I'm going to collect than what can be done in order to ease the challenges faced by exporters. So I want to recommend that this panel should review the use of badge. If possible, restrict all movements of export cargo into the port to be done by badge, and then all the charges and fees associated with badge operation should be reduced and augmented by government in order to encourage export. I think for now, I need to stop here.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nad. You've definitely raised some very salient and very important questions there. Let me quickly move on to Mr. Hassan, Mr. Mahmood. If you've joined us now, you're obviously a private sector player, and you've been in business in Nigeria, we're told, all your life. Given your experience in the export business, what are your recommendations to encourage increased participation of Nigerian companies? We have this big, huge market that has opened up to Nigerian companies now. So this is a time where we're going to see many companies positioning themselves to take advantage of a much larger market, of course, with the issues of standardization, issues of being export ready, trade finance, etc. But what, in your experience, are your recommendations to encourage increased participation? Do we have Mr. Hassan up? So while we're trying to connect with Mr. Hassan, let me quickly go to Mr. Nwabuko Felix, a country manager at Presco. We're putting the same question to you as a private sector player. What are your recommendations to encourage increased participation by Nigerian companies?
Thank you very much. And my thanks to Zenith Bank management, and also appreciation to all the speakers today. Clearly, it's obvious, particularly it's been very well highlighted today, that export is important to the revival of the Nigerian economy, not just the Nigerian economy, but the African economy as a whole, coming under the AFTA. There is no doubt about that. This is a truth that has been known and have been amplified by all those who have said something here today. And also from practice as a company also, we can bear testimony to that part of our successes also having a portion of it can be attributed to our involvement in export. Now, what do we need? What are recommendations to encourage increase this thing? I look at this from two sides. There is a side where government takes responsibility, and there is also the side where the exporters take responsibility. And it is the joint, implementation of both responsibilities that can actually deliver the increased activity that I think we need to see in this domain. If I look at the side of government, for instance, I believe that the best that government can do, as a matter of fact, summarized, is to clearly eliminate obstacles. I will summarize government responsibility.
First of all, I would like to greet my brother.
That the end result of government responsibility is purely to remove obstacles to the smooth functioning. And these obstacles, we want to see them remove obstacles in the smooth function of market forces. We want to see them provide information for exporting firms about destination markets and foreign competitors, things like that on the side of government. On the side of government also is something we all know very well, and we repeat it from time to time, and it's also been mentioned here today, is that infrastructure listening to Dara Nadi emphasized that, as a matter of fact, that infrastructure in terms of increasing export trade is very, very essential. And the example that Dara Nadi gave today is quite apt. That, look, there is increased flow of exportable goods, but one particular element of infrastructure, in this case, the road, was becoming an impediment. And therefore, government had to begin to look at the best way to address that. So whether we talk of roads and other items of infrastructure, it's part of, it's an area that government, in taking its responsibility, must pay very careful attention. Infrastructure also includes power supply. And power supply is actually very essential for driving industrialization further. Because without power supply to drive industrialization, the markets can exist there. There can be markets outside of the country. But if you don't have the products to put out into the markets will be looking at you and you'll be looking at the market. So one of the things that can help also to produce more is essentially infrastructure like power. So I'm saying here that government intervention and responsibility, which is to remove obstacles, includes also the obstacle of infrastructure.
All right. Thank you very much, Felix. I'd like you to just hold that thought for us. I want to quickly bring in Hassan. Hassan, thank you so much for joining us. Good to have you with us. I was asking earlier, given your experience in the export business, what are your recommendations to encourage increased participation of Nigerian companies? I know that you're probably also positioning to take advantage of a much bigger market. How can we get our companies, more SMEs, to be export ready? Hassan, can you hear me? Okay, well, it looks like we're still having some technical difficulties connecting to Hassan, but while we're trying to sort that out, I'd like to bring in Mr. Aliyu again. Mr. Aliyu, of course, I'm sure you were listening to Mr. Nadi earlier on talking about the regulation at the port. He mentioned on regulation, more focus on revenue generation, and he talked about the need for a review of the badges, etc. I would just like you to quickly comment on that, because obviously at the end of the day, these bottlenecks need to be removed. We need to see and have better efficiency at our ports. I know that so many government agencies are working together, but it would also appear that we do know what many of these challenges are. And of course, there's the issue of how to solve them. And I know that we all have different ideas, but it's important that everybody is on the same page. So could you just speak to that point that Mr. Nadi made earlier?
Okay. Thank you. Sorry. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity again. We have been working with customs, with Mr. Nadi on trade facilitation. In fact, looking at the trade facilitation agreement which Nigeria has signed, 80% of it is customs related. So we work with them. They give us guidance and direction on operational issues, and we come up with policies to address most of the challenges. But I agree with him, the focus on should be on trade facilitation rather than revenue generation, because when you look at it the other way around, the more you facilitate trade, the more revenue you get. That is an indisputable fact, and we have to bring it to the attention of government that the focus should shift from revenue generation to trade facilitation. And since I have opportunity of serving not only in the Customs Board, but also in Ministry of Finance, in Tariff Technical Committee, I think that is an area that we have to bring it to the attention of government so that more friendly policies and programs can be adopted, and trade can be facilitated, which will bring more revenue to the government and more benefits to the country. So I agree with him totally, but I want the Nigeria Customs to do more. And obviously we know that they are a facilitating agency. The policy aspect is being formulated, and their main function is to implement. But in the process of implementation, it is good. Hello. It is good to have their views, their perspective as implementing agencies, so that we will be able to do more for this country. We need more of trade facilitation than emphasis on revenue generation. But let me just add, the issue is broader than the way we think of it. Because for me, as a trade specialist, we have to look at other issues beyond customs operation. There are so many agencies that are in the ports. They need also to be in tune with trade facilitation, and for them to be compliant with the provisions of the trade facilitation agreement. As I said, coordination is key. There needs to be coordinated, and if you look at the provision of the WTA trade facilitation, there is a section of provisions dealing with coordination. If they are not coordinated, there will be issues. So they need more coordination. We leverage on technology. We also work with stakeholders in the ports, the Nigerian Ports Authority, Shippers Council, clearing agents, terminal operators, and others to ensure that we make our ports as efficient and as competitive as possible. That is the only way to facilitate trade. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. Let me quickly bring in Hassan. Hassan, do we have you back with us? If you could just unmute your mic, please. Okay, while we're waiting for Hassan to sort out, okay, looks like he's been unmuted. Hassan, can you hear me? Okay, I quickly like to bring in Mr. Abba Bello once again. Now, Mr. Bello, I know that obviously trade finance is very important if we're going to encourage our exporters to take part in this bigger market that has opened up to them under the Africa Continental Free Trade Area provision of finance, which is also obviously one of the mandates of NEXIM. Now, I know that project selection challenges, particularly among small businesses, is one of the major issues that limit the flow of credit to the Nigerian export sector. Now, an MOU signed between NEXIM and Afreximbank in February this year was going to help address this, among other things. Can you bring us up to speed on the progress of this agreement?
Okay, thank you again, Esther, for giving me the chance to speak. So one of the things that we need to note, one of the reasons why Nigeria's export is concentrated on oil is when you look at the composition of Nigeria's GDP, you will see that SMEs contribute over 50% of Nigeria's GDP. But the reason why we have been unable, and again, the domestic economy is well diversified. In fact, the concentration is going now towards services, okay? But the reason why we have not been able to externalize this diversification is because most SMEs are not export ready. Why are they not export ready? Is because they lack capacity. They are unable to move ownership from individual to being a corporate. They are unable to access foreign markets because of lack of information, and so on and so forth. So one of the things that we recognized is a problem is a lot of SMEs may have the opportunities, they have beautiful projects, but they're unable to package it. So between us and Afreximbank, we signed an MOU and set up a fund with a total of $50 million to help bring in the technical expertise that SMEs may need in packaging their proposals to make them bankable, okay? Not only through NEXIM or Afreximbank, but if they are coming to Zenith Bank, they should come with a very beautiful bankable proposal. Now, how does it work? What it is that it forms part of the loan that you would eventually get, okay? Where we bring in professional consultants to help you package your feasibility study. As we are now, it is ready to be operationalized. The MOU has been signed on a 50-50 basis between us and Afreximbank, and is ready to be operationalized. In the light of AFCFTA, okay, for us, SMEs need to formalize. I think it was the president of Afreximbank that mentioned in his presentation that up to 5 billion naira is done in $5 billion is done in informal trade. And he also said something like the SME in Calabar should see Cameroon as his market rather than in Lagos. Okay, so in Nigeria, we have, I think out of the 36 states, we have about 30 that are border states. Okay, and you'll find that most of the indigenes across the border, that is across the country, are the same people with with Nigerians near the border. So whatever we use in Nigeria around that is also becomes goods that can be used across the border. So that trade happens today, only that is informal. Now, those SMEs need to formalize so that they can put the right governance structures in place and enjoy benefits like bank loans and even the export expansion grant that NEPC has mentioned. So the problem we have is that SMEs are not formal in their operations. And that is one of the things that the facility preparation program is about.
Okay, thank you. So I'll circle back to you later to see, just how, what the feedback has been and if there's been any traction. But I'll quickly make another attempt to connect with Hassan. Hassan, are you here with us? While we wait for Hassan, I'll quickly circle back to Mr. Nadi. Mr. Nadi, now we've talked about congestion at the ports, and this is a focus on, just achieving better efficiency at the ports, because if we're seeing more traction in terms of goods being moved, and of course we know that there was a lot of disruption as a result of the COVID-19, the pandemic, and the lockdown that we had last year. So obviously that made things a little more difficult at the ports. But then exporters are also complain of the incidence of multiple fees. For instance, the NES fees, as a Nigerian Export Supervision Scheme fees, the export levy, terminal charges, handling charges, shipping charges, etc. Are there plans to streamline and harmonize these fees and to encourage exporters? Mr. Nadi, if you could just unmute your mic, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much again. What you said, it is good we're highlighting this. Like I said earlier, the only agency statutorily responsible for revenue collection from the port, as it should be, is Nigerian Customs Service. The idea of every other person besides private businesses trying to collect revenue from otherwise what shouldn't be is just what you just addressed. You asked what can be done. Something has already been done. When Nigeria rectified the trade facilitation agreement, we signed an agreement to reduce fees and charges in the ports. Article 6 of TFA addresses this effectively. And I'm happy that Mr. Bello brought up more of issues of SMEs. Who are these people that you are going to charge money from? People that are just struggling to survive. As a matter of fact, the companies that we call multinationals in Nigeria, when we went to Ivory Coast for one of our trade facilitation agreement meetings with African Development Bank, we found out that most of the companies in Nigeria that we see as multinationals, when compared with global players are actually rated as SMEs. So you can now imagine the smaller ones who do their small trade through the airport, who do their small trade through the seaport, through groupage. Then they are now being charged and discouraged. These are some of the non-tariff barriers that disrupt trade, particularly when you come to the border areas. The fees that you encounter from various agencies that has nothing to do with custom procedures becomes a major challenge. You have fees that are charged by local government. You have fees that are charged by state apparatus on movement, on transport, on this, on logo, on whatever you can call it. These are fees that are beyond Nigerian Customs Service. We don't have power to regulate that, but through the instrument of TFA, that can be regulated. I also had Mr. Liu talk about border cooperation. Yes, Article 12 of TFA made it very clear on what should be done under border cooperation. So I think one of the things that Zenith Bank is going to do is to organize another workshop too on interpretation of TFA and the 12 articles in TFA. Mr. Bell also mentioned something about information and access to information by SMS. It is also captured. Article 1 of TFA says publication should be simplified. Have we simplified all our publications as it concerns import and export? Or do we have those bogus documents, various pamphlets that cannot be made simple for a woman, a child who wants to go into export, but who does not have the advantage of so much education, in quote, about relating with foreign partners? Have we simplified the procedures as mentioned in TFA? And I will mention another one too that has to do with this, the issue of Article 9 of TFA 2. Now, these are articles that if we emphasize them and bring them to fore, we will ease up business in the export sector. So if you ask me what can be done, Nigerian Customs Service is just an implementer of policy. We also make contributions to policy, but we don't come out to regulate other government agencies or traders. For instance, at the border right now, I see lots of movement of tomatoes from the north coming towards the border. Now, why should somebody stop a perishable good produced in a Nigerian farm from having easy access to a market where they are needed? This has nothing to do with Nigerian customs. Customs can only say, don't do this, but you cannot force another government agency or a local government authority or state authority from other aspects of what they think is part of their job.
Mr. Nadi, I'm going to have to ask you to hold that thought for us. You've made some very good points there, and I know that Mr. Liu is listening and is reflecting. Mr. Liu, I'd like you to reflect on those points, but I'm going to come to you later. I see Hassan. I want to make another attempt to connect with Hassan. Hassan, can you hear me?
Yes, please. I would like to apologize. We had terrible network this morning.
It's okay. Very good to have you, and thank you for staying on. Now, quickly, you're a private sector player, and you've been, Mahmuda Industries has been in Nigeria for a while. I'd like you to just talk to us in terms of how you're positioning your company to take advantage of the bigger markets that's going to come from the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Not just that, how we can see or encourage increased participation of other local companies here in Nigeria to also take advantage of it.
First of all, I would like to greet my brother, the governor of CBN, my managing director of Zenith Bank. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for having me as a speaker in this panel. It's an honor to be among you today. For people who doesn't know me, I'm Hassan Hamoud, the chairman and CEO of Mahmuda Group. I believe we are all convinced that oil is a dead commodity, and the government should show serious willingness to reform and support exportation. Nigeria can do well in the midst of much lower oil revenue, but we need to make tough choices and serious action should be taken. First, the government should maintain the policy of I&E window. They should also restore the flexibility for exporters to sell their forex to any forex domiciliary account holder in any Nigerian bank. This ensures that all foreign exchange remains within the Nigerian banking system and subject to its safeguard. We have an EEG policy that should have been implemented much, much better. Even it has been reduced to half since 2014. Also, the budgetary allocation are miserably low. And even then, only tiny fraction of those inadequate allocation are released. And that too with at single-digit interest based on a simple and objective standard. Nigerian companies understand that exporting is not a luxury, but a war of economic survival, fought and won through international rules and practices. No doubt, exporting is an old phenomenon in economic setting of Nigeria. But if things are done right, Nigeria could earn about $100 billion annually from non-oil export. What we need is an export revolution to be able to achieve that. If Nigeria broadens its export potential, a positive chain of reaction will turn the key sectors of the economy around. Logistics play a major role in boosting non-oil export, because if you have the goods and cannot get it out to the market in good time, then it becomes a waste of effort. Logistics is a key to achieve business growth, especially in exportation. Several bottlenecks need to be addressed before exportation of our product can thrive. Solving that a long transport system will make all Nigerian companies encouraged to participate. The high cost of transport consequently affects the profit of every exporter. We need to have the infrastructure like rail, good roads from farm to the point of export. But in Nigeria, lack of massive investment to upgrade or develop port infrastructure has created a major setback for export trade around Nigerian ports. Ideally, export trade facilitate economic expansion, promote international cooperation, improve the balance of payment, and boost foreign currency earning. Through export trade, Nigeria can earn vital foreign exchange, increases its revenue. But the revolting condition of access road to Lagos ports, complex, gridlock, lack of modern railway, multiple charges, multiple government agencies, lack of holding base, extortion have all made Nigerian port inefficient and hinders to the nation export thrive. Once there is of traffic, we will be able to improve deliveries and revenue will increase. We need to ensure that we create alternative ports as a relief to Apapa and Tinkan ports.
Thank you very much, Hassan. Thank you very much. Well, I'm going to have to ask you to hold that thought there, but obviously you've raised some very good points. Obviously, as a private sector player working on the ground, these are challenges, these are issues that you face probably on a daily basis. Now, Mr. Bailey, I'd like to bring you in here. At the heart of our discussion today is how we're going to increase our non-oil exports. We have all that potential, how we're going to increase it compared to what we're getting from oil. Now, as you probably heard earlier on during the Zenith Bank GMD's presentation, where he talked about non-oil export as a percentage of GDP. Right now, we're just at 2% as of 2020. What, in terms of our target, how can we begin to gather more momentum? The Africa Continental Free Trade Area is already here. So we no longer have the luxury of time. How can we galvanize more? How can we get more firepower to ensure that we ramp up all our efforts with better synergy this time among government agencies to ensure that when we strengthen our value chains and we get our exporters on the forefront in terms of giving them access to that bigger market?
In export markets, companies have to compete in the international
Hassan,
market
I'm
against
sorry, Hassan.
global competition.
Hello, Hassan.
The
please,
competition.
The question is for Mr. Bello, please, Hassan. Thank you.
The question is for me. Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Yes.
Okay. I think, like previous presenters have said earlier, Africa Continental Free Trade Area presents a turning point for Nigeria, and indeed the rest of the region and the continent. Now, what do we need to do to take advantage of AFCFTA. I think some statistics that was released shows that the whole of Africa, trade within Africa is like 15% of total trade. Okay, what do we need to do to move the needle? Okay, especially from Nigeria. Now, a lot of people, and I see from the comments, think that lack of export is as a result of most of the time people attribute it to lack of access to finance. Yes, it is a major problem, but there are multiple problems across, multiple challenges. Let me use the challenge rather than problems that need to be sorted out. I think Mr. Nadi or Alhaji Aliu spoke about the multiple agencies that are within the port, non-tariff barriers, because you need to deal with them. You need to deal with so many other agencies that are also outside the port, okay? The NAFDACs, the standard organizations, and so on. So we need to streamline, okay? And I think that's part of the ease of doing business that we're all speaking about, that we need to streamline what we do, especially for export. It is very sad, I'm sure, for exporters to hear Nigeria Ports Authority wakes up one day and says, we're suspending taking exports for the next 2 weeks. And this is a country that needs to have an export-driven effort to diversify export revenues, to create jobs, and so on and so forth. So what do you leave the exporters to do? They lose money in terms of interest if they're borrowing. They fail in delivering their contracts because the port is closed to export. So what we need to do is to streamline, to have one focused vision to grow export from Nigeria, whether in the region, on the continent, or in the global markets. We need to have a strategy that everybody that is involved in the value chain of export is incorporated and he buys into that vision for us to have a seamless export trade value chain and export.
Okay.
So I think that's where the focus should be, to ensure, to ensure that we have that streamlined vision and focus.
All right, thanks, Mr. Ali. Let me quickly bring you in here. I'm sure I said I gave you time to reflect on what Mr. Nadi said earlier. It would appear that synergy is still a problem with government amongst government agencies. And Mr. Nadi mentioned the interpretation of the TFA. And I mean, this is a time where we need to be preparing our exporters. So if we, on our own end of things, on the side of Nigeria, I mean, we need to obviously do some house cleaning to tidy up so that we can better position ourselves to take advantage of this market. I'd just like you to speak to that point. We're already coming, I'm going to be wrapping up quite soon, but so I'd like you to just limit your response to about a minute or just a little over a minute. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you for giving me the opportunity again. The issue of coordination of agencies is quite important. As I said, you cannot achieve much if the various agencies are working across purposes or working against each other. That will defeat the very objective of promoting non-oil export, integration into promotion of regional integration and the rest. So there is a specific provision in the trade facilitation agreement that talks about border coordination among agencies. I think we have to work on that. We have been hammering it, but we have to find a way to make sure that all the agencies work with each other and have a common focus and common goal. That is the only way we can refocus them and we can reposition them to ensure that Nigeria takes advantage of her position to take advantage of the CFTA as well as many, many other trade agreements. So we look forward to maybe a dedicated discussion on coordination and consultation among relevant agencies and stakeholders so that things can be streamlined and the country can be better off in terms of promoting non-oil export and taking advantage of trade agreement, including the CFTA. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Liu. Mr. Felix, I'd like to bring you in here. Now, I know that obviously the export business is not without its challenges. I would like you to just share with us how Presco is overcoming these challenges, and also on the point of earlier, one of our speakers talked about, I think it was Professor Rama, talked about the importance of branding. Now we're going to have so many SMEs and perhaps MSMEs too, taking advantage of this bigger market. Obviously, issue of standardization, proper adequate branding to ensure that these goods as they leave the Nigerian market are fit, you know, for international markets. Could you speak to that point, please?
Yes. Initially, when I made the brief comment that I made, I did say that with regards to this export business, I see the responsibility on the part of government, and I also see the responsibility on the part of the corporate, the entities that want to export. And then I did give a few points on the part of government. But now let me just look at the part of corporates, and that resonates with what Presco does. First of all, in terms of corporates, to increase the export business, we have to pay attention that we need to up the game on quality, because out there is a game of competition, competitiveness. So corporates that want to go into export must bear the issue of quality and drive the matter of quality, so that when you put your goods out there, it can compete with the markets that you want to play in. Otherwise, if we fall short of quality, we are going to have problems. And here also, in terms of government to collaborate with, we are not short of policymakers around quality. You have the Standards Organization of Nigeria, you have NAFDAC, you have all of them. So what we need to do here is that our institutions must have the ability to monitor, and then the companies should go for certifications. I'll give you one example from our company, for instance. When you export, especially in the products that we operate in, you have international specifications that you have to meet. Now, if you meet or exceed those specs, you get premium on what you earn on your products. So that is already an incentive. Besides what government can do for you, you drive the quality by yourself, and government does the monitoring, because you know that that quality will transform to income. Again, I think also that corporates should begin to think of, how do I increase productivity? Again, I do not fail to say government has got their part to play, but corporates have got their part to play. You should begin to think of, if the market, we know that the market is out there. Now you're already serving a local market, and there's additional market to take on, then begin to think of how you are going to increase your production quantities. And this brings me to the issue of research and development, which I believe we have not talked about here today. R&D is very important if we must drive export. We can look at R&D from the side of quality, we can look at R&D from the side of production capacity. For instance, in our business, for instance, land is essential to us, but land is also an endangered thing, because it's not going to increase, rather it's going to reduce. But we want to be increasing our production in order to take advantage of the market that is out there, whether it's under after or not under after. So it's R&D that can help us to begin to look at how we will produce more using the same size of land. So we will be targeting R&D, for instance, giving an example, it can be replicated in the different businesses that people run for export. We begin to look at R&D to say, how do I produce, in order to produce more from the same size of land, I should be looking at my yield. For oil, I should be looking at my oil extraction rates. So I should be looking at how to get more fresh fruit bunches per hectare, and how more oil from 1 ton of a distance. So that's where R&D is important to us as a nation. It's important to us as a business, for us to be able to compete favorably and successfully in the export market. I also want to look at education, for instance. Our people, we should invest in education, both in terms of our people and in terms of information dissemination. Now, we want to export. Most times, if we're going to export, it means that we are going to go outside of our boundaries. So our foreign missions out there. While we expect the likes of NEPC, CBN, and all that to be able that if we go on their websites, we should be able to find information that will help us to plan and execute our export. In the same way, we should be able to go to the website of our foreign missions outside this country and be able to find information that will help us as producers in country to access the markets that are out there. We also, and I also think that as an organization, one of the things that we do is you have to pay attention to efficiency in costs. Because if your cost of production is not competitive, then you are not likely to capture that market that is out there. So
I'm afraid I'm going to have to interrupt you. I do apologize, but we are fast running out of time. We have just 5 minutes left. 5 minutes left. I'll quickly connect with. Do we still have Hassan? Otherwise,
yes.
Okay, Hassan. Thank you for sticking around. I know you mentioned last time we spoke. You mentioned a myriad of challenges, but I know that Mahmuda Industries has been here for a while. Talk to us how you've been able to surmount these challenges very briefly. Now we have just 5 minutes. So for the next 4 minutes, I'm going to go around to take closing thoughts from the rest of the panelists and how you're positioning basically to take advantage of this bigger market, challenges notwithstanding.
You know, Mahmuda Group is one of the top 5 exporters in non-oil export. To export is not easy. As our panelists said, you have to have a very good quality. You need to make your homework very well. But at the beginning, when we started, the government really did a very good support through EEG. When you export, you get a rebate. We had also some duty drawbacks. There was a lot of policies in place to support export. And we did very good. We had good expansion. But now, most of this have been taken away. And then you expect new people to come in and to export. I mean, we had good times. These policies should come in back. New ideas should come in. As I said, we are facing big problems at the ports. We always try to manage because we've been here for a long time. But people who are new, how can they export? I mean, it's very difficult for them. It is not easy to access fund, single digit. There's a lot of problems in the country. And I hope the government is hearing, and I hope they will become very serious if we need to move this country to a non-oil export country to stop depending on oil. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hassan. Mr. Nadia, I'd like to bring you in here. Now, as we're looking to have more Nigerian companies, rally, get them export ready, provide trade finance for them, what assurances, at least on the side of the customs, can you give us in terms of how we can see an improvement in the ports going forward? I know a number of initiatives, many powered by technology, are supposed to help us solve some of these challenges, but a number of them still remain. But what assurances are you giving us that as we move to, increase intra-African trade, and Nigeria will not fall behind?
Thank you very much. Let me state that Nigeria will not fall behind. We will not. One, we have the advantage of the population in the sub-region. We also have the advantage of having proximity with 4 other countries. We have Benin Republic, Cameroon, Niger, Chad, and we also have advantage of having as our extended neighbors, Togo and Ghana. So we're not going to fall behind. What we are going to do is, like I said earlier, is to improve our logistics. We're also going to improve on the infrastructure available to us. But most importantly, we are going to improve on border cooperation, particularly as it concerns Article 8 and Article 12 of the TFA. And what do I mean by that? Any agency that has nothing to do with revenue should stay away from revenue and leave it for customs. Any agency that has to do with regulation should regulate based on the mandate. These things are available. Where those agencies cannot do it, let us fall back to TFA. Nigeria has already ratified TFA, and these things are defined. If you permit me, let me just read one for you. On transit, Article 11 of TFA says that concerns of custom policy for transit include escorts, fees, and charges. If these things are not regulated, then you are killing export. Don't forget, 90% of Nigerian export is on agro-commodities, and these commodities are perishable. But most importantly, we need to also document the informal trade. Somebody mentioned informal trade here. Nigeria exports a lot. Before the border closure, there were lots of export of Nigerian products. Within the sub-region, I work at the border. I know the demand for Nigerian products at the border, and there are so many of them. I believe that once the border is opened,
okay,
if these things are documented, Nigerians will know that they have so much advantage. So I am not scared of how we are going to fare when we start implementing fully the African Free Continental Trade Agreement. We are not doing badly. We are not doing badly.
Thank you for that. Mr. Bello, can we take closing comments from you? 30 seconds, please. I'm trying to manage to have just 3 minutes left. Can you unmute your mic, please?
Thank you, Esther, and thank you for inviting us to be part of this panel. Very enlightening forum, and I think more of it needs to be done because we need to keep getting people become aware of what the opportunities are and what the challenges are as far as international trade is concerned. The AFCFTA, like I said earlier, and many people have said, is a turning point. I just heard Mr. Nadi say the demand for Nigerian products across the region is very high. What we need to do is to try and formalize it. One, so that the exporters get bigger. They get bigger by getting some of the benefits that Mr. Hassan mentioned. They are still available, not in the quantities he got them when he started, but they're still available. When SMEs formalize, they get opportunities that are not there for them, okay? And I keep emphasizing, we need to streamline. We need to streamline, and so many speakers have spoken about this. To facilitate trade, we don't need barriers, okay? As we go ahead, we need to keep bringing those barriers down so that our SMEs especially find it easier to market their products within the region and the continent.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bello. Thank you very much for that. Mr. Liu, in 30 seconds, please, if you can, closing thoughts.
Well, thank you very much. Let me thank you for the opportunity. We have a lot to do. We need to promote trade if we are to grow as a nation, because we know trade is the engine of economic growth and development, and the government of Nigeria has set a number of policy goals, national, and we also have to strive to achieve some of the international policy goals. So we have to reform and continue reforming. That is the only way we can make ourselves relevant, and that's the only way we can become transform from importing country to an exporting country. Right now, we import a lot, we consume a lot, but we are not exporting much. We need to turn around and grow this economy for the good of the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Liu. Mr. Felix, in 20 seconds, please, if you can, closing thoughts. Mr. Felix, if you could just unmute your mic, please.
Yes, my closing comments will be on the direction of the African free trade, because we've been talking about export generally. And the comments I want to make here is that both government must work very stringently if we have to succeed there, and if we have to get, everybody has said today that Nigeria has so much to gain from participating in the African free trade. No doubt about that. But we are always looking at the risks that are there and how to manage risks. That's a core aspect of business. And one of the risks that I see there is that it's the ability to keep that space for the African companies to take it. And therefore, I'm saying that one thing that both the After Secretariat and governments, there should be zero tolerance for unfair and repugnant practices. And that, again, drives us to one thing that has not been very well sharpened there, and that's the issue of the rules of origin. we have people from outside the African region that are trading massively in Africa and making money. And it's not easy to dislodge somebody from where he's making money. Therefore, any form of abuse, unfair practices that are repugnant and that can injure the African operators should be watched and tackled. Finally, my final comment is that we've spoken so glowingly about the opportunities that are open to us as businessmen and as a nation. But we also have to understand that reality today is that as encouraged as we are, as determined as we are, we have one issue, and that's the issue of security around here, which is already beginning to cause productivity to slow down. So that's another issue we have to pay attention to.
Sorry, Mr. Felix, thank you so much for that. Mr. Hassan.
Yes.
We have Mr. Hassan, yes. In 10 seconds, if you can, please. Our time is up. I'm so sorry. But I know you can get a lot in 10 seconds.
No problem. First of all, we should have a committee from private sector and the government with an agenda and points if we need to move forward to transform Nigeria to non-oil export. And then it will be out there and we should follow it step by step if we need to achieve it and if everybody is serious about it.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Hassan. And of course, a big thank you to all our esteemed panelists today. Thank you, quite eye-opening. And of course, some key takeaways. Obviously, we need to have better synergy among government agencies. And of course, we need to make our SMEs export ready. I wish I could say more, but we're completely out of time. And also to apologize to our participants who sent in questions. We did see your questions. Your questions will be forwarded to those whom you want those questions answered. We will do that via email, but please be rest assured that those questions will be attended to. We know what the issues are. And of course, our esteemed panelists here today would look at those questions. And of course, it's all to ensure that we move this country forward. Thank you so much for a big thank you once again to my esteemed panelists. At this point, I would hand over back to Mr. Umar to conclude this seminar, this webinar.
Thank you very much, Esther. And like she said, we also like to thank all our panelists, and we've had very incisive comments and suggestions. And like the GMD said, if you remember in his opening remark, some of the fallout, the takeaways from our 5th session led to some revolutionary modification by government and adjustments in policy that led to more improved, export facilitation. So today, some proposals have been raised by some of the operators and regulators. Mr. Nadi raised some, Mr. Liu and all that. So, and the point, of course, critical point raised by Mr. Hassan as a major operator and stakeholder is also noted. So I think all these points will be galvanized, and part of our communique will share it with the relevant portion of government, and of course, then let the government do its part. On the private sector side, we'll continue to do ours by incentivizing our customers. We have our Zero to Hero program, which was also an initiative last year, and the MD gave the statistics of the success. And of course, we'll continue to do our part as also players in the sector. But I'm not going to closing the webinar at this point. I have to hand over to my colleague, Dennis Elisa, who will just do the last segment before we conclude on the entire project. Thank you very much, Mr. Dennis Elisa.
Thank you very much, Umar. I want to say a very, very big thank you to everybody who has given us their time. Those people in particular who have made them contributions. We just want to say a very, very big thank you to all of us. Zenith Bank, we will never, never be tired of this advocacy. We believe it is one of the things that we have been set out to do and accomplish as a bank, and we'll continue. Today's session started with the GMD, not only opening the session, but also giving us some statistics. One of the ones that will live with me for a very long time with a lot of people is the fact that in a continent as big as Africa, comprising 50 countries, the population is 1.4 billion. But amongst us, the trade we do amongst us is only 15%. Now you take that statistics and compare it with a continent as big as North Africa. There are only 497 people in terms of number, million people, but the trade amongst them is 30%. Southeast Asia. They have over 4.7 billion people, but their trade amongst themselves is over 59.35%. This is not only shocking, but it also leaves all of us with food for thought. I think it's something that all of us need to ponder about and do something. When Mr. Wemkele Mene, His Excellency, came on, we really thank him. He was speaking to us from far away Congo. I don't know how many of us appreciate the fact that not only are they in a different time zone, but it's some distance from Lagos. He talked about the size of the African market and the opportunities therein. He raised questions about how can Africa take advantage of the huge opportunities that we have, so that rather than deal only in primary commodities, let us look for ways to add value. He gave examples of what we are seeing or what we are losing by exporting raw coffee, as well as the value that we get lost when an iPhone is created. We pay more than 1,000 times for the value of an iPhone vis-a-vis what Africa puts inside. Mr. Orama urged all of us to bring down the borders that is dividing the various countries in Africa, that we should fight for economic emancipation just as much as we fought for political independence. He reminded all of us that the Pan-African payment system has been established, and he gave his own word that that payment system will take off by June 2021. I know a lot of people are saying amen to that. Not only will it facilitate trade, but the major issue about trade across Africa has always been the issue of settlement, and this Pan-African payment system will facilitate settlement. He urged us, he admonished everybody. He says the trader in Cameroon, in Calabar, should be looking at Cameroon as his market rather than look at Lagos. The truth of the matter is that the distance between Cameroon and Calabar is far, far shorter than the distance between Lagos and Calabar. When the governor of CBN came on, our own governor, he asked a few questions. The first one he asked, he says, why trade? The first answer he gave is that trade facilitates employment. It creates employment. Trade rewards productivity. It rewards hard work and rekindles the entrepreneurial spirit in each and every one of us. He reminded all of us that Nigeria has a well-endowed population of young people who are not only full of zeal, but are also pursued also blessed with entrepreneurial spirit. He reminded us that during the pandemic, we all saw the paradigm shift. Countries that were blessed or who have the opportunity to produce health products, they looked after themselves first before they were reminded of other people in the world. So he's saying that Nigeria, we should look up, we should wake up, we should brace up and take the opportunity after his offering. He reminded us of the various opportunities that funding facilities that CBN has created. So many that they are funding directly, some they are funding in partnership with other developmental institutions in Nigeria. He talked about CBN being a major facilitator for PAPS, that is the Pan-African Payment System. He reminded us that it's important for Nigeria to be a very, very significant trade hub for AfTA. When Mr. Ezra Yakasafu came on, who was representing and duly very, very well represented our own Olusegun Awolowo. He talked about how NEPC is the major facilitator for AfTA. He prided the organization as building capacity, helping Nigerians build capacity, not only through training, but also providing funds that will facilitate businesses all across the continent. Our panelists came on, 5 of them, wonderful presentation. We had a representative of the MD of Nexim. We had Mr. Deran Nadi from Customs. We also had the MD of Presco. Mahmuda was having issues back and forth, but eventually he did come on. We also had Mr. Aliyu Abubakar from the Federal Ministry of Trade. They talked about some of the challenges, but I don't want to dwell so much on that. I just want to highlight some of the solutions that they brought out. The first one was we need to streamline the agencies that are in charge of trade at our various ports. We need to streamline tariffs, rules, as well as regulations that either hinder or support trade. They urged us to have a focus, and the focus should be trade. In fact, I like what Mr. Deran Nadi said. He said, look, the focus of custom should be more to facilitate trade rather than on increasing revenues. They urged us to see how we can use barges more rather than use the roads to take goods in as well as out of the ports. Yes, we all agree that Nigeria has a large market and that people outside of the Nigerian borders are eagerly waiting for our products as well as our services. But the question is, how do we get into those markets? Our brother from Presco, he reminded us that there was need for us to improve on the quality of products that we are offering to the international market. Because without quality, your products will not go anywhere. He urged us to ensure that our products also earn certification, global certification. Yes, there are reduction in terms of resources, particularly land, but he says there is still need for us to boost productivity. So how do you boost productivity when the land that is available is reducing? One way of doing that is to invest in research and development. Try as much as you can to reduce the cost of production, as well as the various tariffs that government themselves are applying to everybody. There was a conclusion I would like to just reiterate, and that is that all of us should have a zero tolerance for unfair practices that hinder trade. I think this is a huge take home. Like the GMD also promised us during his own presentation, the most important thing is implementation. And we can assure you that we'll put all of these together and reach out to the relevant government agencies to ensure that they take them into cognizance when they are coming out with their with policies that affect trade. Lastly, I really just want to thank everybody, particularly our guest speakers, Mr. Godwin Emefiele, His Excellency Wemkele Mene, Professor Benedict Orama, Mr. Olusegun Awolowo, ably represented by Dr. Ezra. We also had Dr. Dera Nadi, Alhaji Aliyu Abubakar, Alhaji Abba Bello, Mr. Hassan Mahmouda, Mr. Felix Onchekwa Wabuko. I say a very big thank you. To our own indefatigable moderator, Esther Awoniyi, I say a big thank you. The compare for this particular session was none other than our own Ahmed Umar. We say a very, very big thank you. To all the participants at this particular webinar, I say a big thank you for your time as well as your attention. Our numerous customers, that is the customers of Zenith Bank, I thank you. And most importantly, I thank you for the opportunity to give us every day to serve you. All our well-wishers, we say a big thank you. The entire staff of Zenith Bank, I say thank you for everything that you do for each and every one of us. The organizers of this webinar, they've worked tirelessly. They worked night and day, particularly Mr. Acha Ndukwe. I say a big thank you to you. The executive management of the bank, I say thank you. To our own dear Deputy Managing Director, Dame Adora Umoji, I say a big thank you. Our GMD, I thank you for your leadership. I thank you for your doggedness. I thank you for your immensely large heart and for the things that you do every day, and you do them so effortlessly. I say a very, very big thank you. To our own chief visionary and founder, Mr. Jim Ovia, we owe you a huge gratitude of thanks, and we say a very, very big thank you. For this session, I can promise you it is coming to an end, but work around this session has not ended. We are going to articulate our points together and ensure that results come out from most of the things that we have said by way of either policy changes, new policies, or new direction for this country to go. Just like Professor Rama said, we all should work hard, just as hard as our forefathers worked when they were seeking political emancipation, because this charge for economic liberation, for economic growth, for economic self-independence is equally as important as our quest for political independence. I say a big thank you to everybody. Thank you all. Thank you again.
Okay, thank you very much, Dennis, for that vote of thanks. I see just before we call for the national anthem, which will serve as our closing prayer, the point he's making is that there are a lot of comments in the chat room, there are questions, but because we have slated this program to end by this time, I can assure you, like he said, all the comments have been noted. Some questions that are specific to maybe some individuals or some institutions will be surely responded to as much as possible. You've provided your email contacts. People have made requests. They want copies of the papers presented, some want the video and all that. every comment you've made in the chat room, we have a robust secretariat that's taken note of everything that's been said. So don't think by not responding to some of them, the ones that affect us as a bank, as organizers, not being recognized. The truth of it is that every point you made there, whether in the Q&A section or in the chat room, is well noted and well documented. And for those of you that require direct responses, we have your email addresses. We'll respond to you as much as we can. And those that we need to direct to regulators and other operators, surely we'll do that. So I'd like to thank you at this point, and I'll transfer the program to the GMD, then we'll call for the national anthem as our closing prayer. Thank you, GMD.
Well, thank you very much, Umar. There's nothing much for me to do other than to assure all the participants that this is just the phase one, rather is book one. The next stage is for us to move to book two, which is the implementation stage. We thank you for all the insights provided and the deep and very enriching knowledge that we got, and also the encouragement from the panelists in terms of the fact that we can do the heavy lifting without busting our muscles. We can do the heavy lifting collectively for an outstanding result for the country. So Zenith Bank will go ahead with the implementation. Like I said, the last session, we were able to identify 100 exporters that we are incubating. We expect that this time around, we should be able to identify close to 300 that we incubate, nurture, and start preparing them to become the champions for tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Can we do the national anthem? Thank you very much. The program has come to a close. Thank you very much for participating, and enjoy the rest of the week. Thank you and bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
As you adjust to the new realities for operating your business and engaging with your customers, let us help you transform your business into a digital powerhouse capable of adapting and taking advantage of today's opportunities. With our best-in-class array of digital solutions, you can conduct your business, receive payments from your customers, and perform transactions quickly, safely, and conveniently, because we've got you covered with the right people, technology, and service offerings. Contact us today and let us take your business to its zenith. Zenith Bank, in your best interest. As you adjust to the new realities for operating your business and engaging with your customers, let us help you transform your business into a digital powerhouse capable of taking advantage of today's opportunities. With our best-in-class array of digital solutions, you can conduct your business, receive payments from your customers, and perform transactions quickly, safely, and conveniently, because we've got you covered with the right people, technology, and service offerings. Contact us today and let us take your business to its zenith. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
Hi, my name is Tejri Wazopia. Welcome to my crib. In my family, we believe life should be simple, convenient, and fun. That's why we use a bank that not only understands our transaction needs, but also provides us with options that best suit our personal styles. Take me. I have a Zenith Aspire account that provides me with the flexibility to manage my school expenses and be the cool guy on campus. Wait a minute. This is my big sister, Tiwa. She's a fashion designer. She sells her outfits online using Zenith Global Pay and regularly sends money to my kid sister and I with *966# easy banking. Meet my big brother, Abu. Abu loves football. He's the mobile app guy, and with just a click on the Zenith mobile app, he has our cable subscription back up because he hates missing games. That's my mom. Mom is the superwoman, and she's always trying out new recipes. Mom is a convenient shopper. She orders online, but prefers to pay with her debit card. Now, meet my dad, Mr. Wazobia. He says his phone can be distracting while he's at work, which is why he's always using the Zenith Internet Banking Portal on his PC, www.zenithbank.com. Have I told you about my younger sister and bestie, Chioma? She recently opened a Zika Teens account. She experiments a lot and uses all the Zenith digital channels depending on how she feels. That's Aunt Nene. She's always smiling and has already opened a Zenith Children's account for my niece, Bimbo, to save towards her future education. Let's not forget Grandma and Grandpa Wazobia. They've been Zenith Bank customers forever and currently pay no bank charges with their Zenith Timeless accounts. Voila! This is us, the Wazobias. So whatever you like, however you like it, Zenith Bank PLC has got you covered. Zenith Bank, in your best interest. Hi, my name is Tejri Wazopia. Welcome to my crib. In my family, we believe life should be simple, convenient, and fun. That's why we use a bank that not only understands our transaction needs, but also provides us with options that best suit our personal styles. Take me. I have a Zenith Aspire account that provides me with the flexibility to manage my school expenses and be the cool guy on campus. Wait a minute.
As you adjust to the new realities for operating your business and engaging with your customers, let us help you transform your business into a digital powerhouse capable of adapting and taking advantage of today's opportunities. With our best-in-class array of digital solutions, you can conduct your business, receive payments from your customers, and perform transactions quickly, safely, and conveniently, because we've got you covered with the right people, technology, and service offerings. Contact us today and let us take your business to its zenith. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.